Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, October the 30th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada.
Please be seated. At this time, I'll look to Councillor Garcia to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. On to the Mayor's report for this evening. I want to start off by saying how pleased I was to see that the St. Lawrence Seaway Management Corporation and Unifor reached a tentative agreement yesterday to reopen the Seaway. Kudos to both sides in reaching a mutually agreed upon settlement. While labor disruptions are never a good thing, we can take the positives from a mutually agreed upon settlement. The stoppage also gave us the opportunity to see just how vital the Seaway is to our local marine industry and workforce, as well as the critical role the waterways have to play in Canada's economic prosperity. And I also want to just say a thanks to my fellow canal mayors, Mayors Steele in Port Colborne, Campion in Welland, and Ugolini in Thorold for the joint statement that we came together to put out last week. Speaking of last week, I attended an OBCM meeting in Whitby. That's the Ontario Big City Mayors. There was lots of discussion around housing supply and the conversations that have to take place with both the provincial and the federal levels of government in order to make inroads on the deficit that currently exists within that supply. There's a shared recognition amongst big city mayors that cities are a partner in the process of getting housing built through permits. But in order to get shovels in the ground, cities need the support of the provincial and the federal governments, as well as the development community, to truly get housing built in our individual communities. Earlier this month, Council and our senior leadership team gathered to discuss a refresh of the city's strategic plan, a document that provides a foundation for priority setting, development of staff work plans, and resourcing through our municipal budget process. We had some good discussions at the Council and the staff level, and at this time we now want to hear from residents and businesses on ways to improve and strengthen the city's strategic plan. As part of the public engagement component, there's a survey on Engage STC, and residents and businesses are asked to complete the survey by November the 13th. Those results will then be compiled and presented to council, and we should have an updated version of the strategic plan available to the public before the end of the year. You can check out stcatharines.ca/strategic plan refresh for more information. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the 2023 Niagara Climate Change Summit presented by the Niagara Region in partnership with Brock University, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and Niagara College. It was a valuable opportunity to connect with local change makers as well as other community leaders that are finding success with climate change mitigation and adaptation. A lot of great discussion around district energy and net zero transit. Last week, I had the opportunity to celebrate the well-earned retirements and significant anniversaries of city staff at our annual City Recognition Night, and I want to thank all the councilors who were there. I believe it was Councilor Stevens, Councilor Kushner, Councilor Ratzlaff, Councilor Phillips, Councilor McPherson, Councilor Dodge, Councilor Williamson, Councilor Garcia. I want to thank all of you for coming out as well, and congratulations to... You're that excited about it, eh, Councilor? That's good to hear. Congratulations to all staff who celebrated milestone anniversaries. Council looks forward to working with you as we continue to build a community that is welcoming and vibrant, providing equal opportunities for all who live, work, and play in St. Catharines. And to those who celebrated their retirement, thank you for dedicating your career to making our city such a great community. This past weekend, I also had the opportunity to join CRCS staff at the city's annual fall tree giveaway, although by I stood at the front entrance and talked to staff. I want to send a special shout out to Councilor McPherson, who was actually in the trenches handing out trees to residents as they drove through. Residents had the opportunity to choose from Eastern Redbud, red cedar, basswood, or American sycamore varieties, and more than 500 trees went out to St. Catharines residents. I will say kudos to the CRCS staff. It was a very well-run operation. I know in years past, they've had cars backed up all the way out onto St. Paul West. It was a very efficient operation this year. I want to send a big congrats to Industry Hair, located at 215 Pelham Road, St. Catharines, who recently was named the 2023 Salon Team of the Year at the Global Creative Awards. Congratulations also for winning the award for Men's Hairstylist of the Year, as well as being a gold winner for New Talent Colorist of the Year and a bronze winner of Creative Haircutter of the Year. This is the joy of Instagram. They reached out to me over the weekend and let me know of what they had done, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I told them I was going to mention them tonight because I think it's great when people in our community are achieving at that level. On October the 24th, we raised the End Polio Now flag with the Rotary Club of St. Catharines, along with the Rotary Club of St. Catharines flag in recognition of World Polio Day. I want to thank the Rotary Club of St. Catharines for organizing this event and for raising funds to help support polio immunization activities across the world. We also want to thank Rotary for their community work and leadership in St. Catharines and for the contributions to the community as employers and innovators supporting business and community events. And Councillor Phillips, did you have the honor of the World Polio Day? Yes, I did. Excellent. So thank you kindly, and thank you to the councillors who attended. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit Pretty Copper Penny, located at 31 Ontario Street, a new store that's offering product lines from over 25 women-owned small businesses, many of them local right here in Niagara, featuring products like skin and body care, jewelry, home goods, clothing, and much more. I had the opportunity to try freeze-dried Skittles. They were delicious. My daughter very much recommends them. And I want to thank Erin Cummings, the owner, for bringing her business to the downtown core. Some upcoming events that I think everybody will want to take note of. On Sunday, November the 5th, the public is invited to gather at the Port Dalhousie Legion at 57 Lakeport Road at 10:15 a.m. for a Remembrance Day gathering. Following a short service at the branch, the group will parade to the cenotaph at the corner of Ann Street and Main Street in Port Dalhousie for a service of remembrance to honor those from the community who made the supreme sacrifice in the defense of the liberty we enjoy today. Also on November 5th, the Royal Canadian Legion Polish Veterans Branch 418 invites the public to attend the 105th anniversary of Poland's independence and Remembrance Day celebration taking place at Our Lady of Perpetual Help Church, 5 Oblate Street at 10 a.m. Following the Mass, there will be a gathering at the Polish Club on Facer Street for a wreath-laying ceremony at 11:30 a.m. Branch 24 invites the public to attend their annual Remembrance Day parade and service on Saturday, November 11th, 2023, to honor our veterans and their sacrifice. The Remembrance Day service will begin at 10:45 a.m. at the Cenotaph at Memorial Park, located at 6 St. Paul Street West, St. Catharines. Suggested to arrive early as there will be street closures for the parade from the Lake Street Armories over to the Cenotaph. What time are we collecting at City Hall? That's not in my notes. Generally, it's about 10 a.m. I'm looking to Councillor Dodge and Councillor Phillips. Usually it's 10 a.m. we collect ourselves here at City Hall. So for those of you who want to follow the parade on Remembrance Day, it does start here at about 10 a.m. And also on November 11th, the Meriton Legion Branch 138 will be hosting a Remembrance Day parade and service. The public is invited to gather in front of Branch 138, located at 2 Chestnut Street East, St. Catharines, at 10:30 a.m. for a 10:40 march to the cenotaph for the service of remembrance. At this time, I will now open the floor to any of my council colleagues who may have something they would like to add. I have Councillor Williamson up first.
Just a good one that's happening next Saturday night is at the Grantham Optimist Trivia Night, which is an important semi-annual fundraiser for that good organization. And of course, there's lots of church bazaars coming up, so I won't get into all of them, but there's a number of them, and I'm sure they would appreciate the support of the community. And usually there's lots of good eats at those bazaars. Thank you.
Very, very true. Did I see another hand? Councillor Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge and I attended a grand opening of a business called the Iron Performance Center at 423 Lakeshore Road on Saturday night. It is a powerlifting facility. Needless to say, I was not participating in the powerlifting. If you looked at the participants there, you'd know why. They were in much better physical condition than I ever was or will be. It's a powerlifting facility that actually is used by the Welland Jackfish and our local basketball teams and Niagara College. It's quite a facility. It's very impressive. And so Councillor Dodge and I were there for a while to watch only.
And you were celebrating a very specific event. Do you want to name the event, or do you want me to?
You can name the event.
They were celebrating the end of what they call Squat-toberfest.
Oh, yes, right.
Squat-toberfest.
Yes.
And a bunch of personal records and personal bests were set in the squat, which I was very, very upset to not be able to go and see, because from what Councillor Dodge mentioned, it was fairly impressive to watch.
It was, considering, I mean, the weights that they had on, that they were lifting, I couldn't lift one of them, let alone they had about 4 of them on the end of each rod. It was really quite impressive.
It's always, I will just say, my favorite part of the squat is when you watch those, like, not me, I promise you, but really strong individuals, you take a look and you can see, if you step back, you can see that the bar is actually bent over their shoulders.
Oh, for sure.
There's so much weight on the bar that it's bending around their shoulders.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue, Councillor. I just wanted to jump in with that.
And lastly, Mr. Mayor, the Arts Awards for the City of St. Catharines will happen this Sunday night at 5 o'clock at the Performing Arts Center.
Excellent.
All people are welcome to attend.
Wonderful. I have Councillor Dodge. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Phillips and myself would like to just send out a thank you to our fire services during the backlog of the Welland Canal being closed. They're now having someone on the east side of the canal while that backlog's going through, so we both want to say thank you, and I know that our residents will be very happy to hear that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge, and yes, kudos to fire services and the fire chief and everybody involved. Any other comments? Councillor McPherson. Are we all, oh no, I've got Councillor Stevens. No, Councillor McPherson. Are we all opposed to pressing our button and going green?
Well, no.
Feel free to cue, folks.
I'll just.
Councillor McPherson, go for it.
Thank you. The Downtown Association, along with Armstrong Strategies, is having an event on November 2nd at 11 a.m. at the Robbie. It is titled Trauma and How to Navigate Interactions with Those Impacted by It. It's for businesses, but it's for pretty much anybody who would like to attend if they're living in the downtown or if they have a business. And it will talk about trauma and how to reduce the possibility for triggering or exacerbating trauma symptoms. And it is being put on, well, there are doctors coming over from the University of Buffalo, as well as several downtown business owners, Melissa from Pocket Change, Graham from Mate, Tara McKendrick from CMHA Niagara, and Nancy Gardner from Quest. And if anyone's interested in attending, you can contact the Downtown Association, but it should be an interesting event.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add a couple things. The other day, Councilor McPherson represented you, actually, and I was there as well with Intact Insurance, opened their own body shop there. So It's a really good thing. It helps their customers get their cars fixed faster, and it was a very nice, they've really cleaned up the shop. It was a really nice, clean shop, and so it's a new business in there. It's actually in St. George's Ward too, so good for that. Also, Councilor McPherson and ourselves, we were at Quest on Friday, October 20th, when they presented or showed us their new outreach van, so they can go out and help others in the community. It was done through an Ontario government grant, I believe, or something like that, so that was very good. Also, Monday, the 23rd of October, yourself, Councillor Phillips, and myself, we went to Community Crew, who operates out of Grantham Optimist Club, providing lunches for school children throughout Niagara. And the Grantham Optimist Club allows them to use their kitchen now to get those lunches out to everybody. So we did that, and one more thing, everyone have a safe and fun Halloween tomorrow night, and be careful out there.
He literally stole my thunder with his last point. I had it written down here to wish the kids a happy Halloween and all the rest of it. To echo my colleague, I will just say to the community, because this is the right appropriate time to, please be safe. Please take care of the kids who are out on the road. Make sure that you're moving slowly. And if you don't need to be on the roads tomorrow night, maybe just don't be out on the road. Maybe that's the best way for it. I do have Councillor Townsend who also wants to add something.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to give my report now to everyone around the table. I was fortunate enough to, I know everyone here on the Horseshoe is just dying to know what I've been up to the last couple of weeks before we last saw each other. And I had the privilege and opportunity to attend the Club Roma pasta night on Friday, and I have to say it was phenomenal. I want to thank Club Roma. It was a great opportunity to connect with the Italian community, and I had the gnocchi and great tomato sauce, and I encourage each and every one of you to visit that pasta night the next time it comes around. It is in the great ward of St. Andrews, but if you have the opportunity to visit Club Roma on a pasta night, now you know it's A-OK and it's phenomenal, and the people are great, and the choir is phenomenal too. So if you're looking for something to do on a Friday night, Pasta Fridays at Club Roma. And back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. The gnocchi at Club Roma is delicious. Seeing no other comments, I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
So we don't have any amendments to the agenda today, but we do have one item of additional correspondence, and that's in Council's Sugar Sink folder. It's a memo from the Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services and the Manager of Infrastructure Assets. That's regarding the questions and answers to the Asset Management Plan report.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask, I believe Mr. Seaburn is here to present regarding 10.2, that motion. And to the extent that we can, if we could move them up a little bit so that they don't have to be here too extended a period. I guess when people apply to speak, they don't realize when they're going to be on the agenda, unfortunately.
So we actually had this discussion during agenda management today, just the script review. We will try to accommodate as much as possible. There are a number of items that we have to deal with first, though, okay? But I do appreciate that, and we will do our best to try and get those who are speaking in attendance through as quickly as possible. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Before we get to this, I will look to Councillor Garcia if you'd like to give an overview of the council budget meeting of September the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On September 20th, we had the first of the BSC council meetings, or committee of the whole. So all of council participated. So we reviewed updates from staff on capital and operating budgets and spending through the second quarter. We also got an update on grant funding and what's happening with grant applications and receipts and so on, something that I believe Councilor Phillips had requested, but it's very useful for us to keep track of. We did receive that presentation on taxpayer affordability and balancing it with service delivery, which is obviously very important. And Everybody should have received that now, the copy of that presentation. I asked after the strategic plan meeting that staff send it to everybody. In addition, we requested a staff report giving a detailed 5-year history of reserves. We have a lot of reserves, and many of us are not familiar with what they all are, what they are intended to do, how they're funded, and whether there are any limits on them and so on. So that staff report request was approved. So we have the next meeting of the Committee of the Whole for the budget on Wednesday, and that is my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. So we will be adopting the minutes of the meeting that we just heard about, the budget meeting on September the 20th, as well as the minutes of regular council on October 16th, and the minutes of the special meeting held on October the 18th. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councilor Lindell, Councilor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, we will move to a motion to move the consent reports. The council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Who would like to move that? Councilor Stevens. I will look to the clerk to call the list of consent reports and then call the recorded vote.
Today's consent agenda is just one item. Item 6.1, Legal and Clerk Services, Council Correspondence. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councilor Stevens.
Yes.
Councilor Townsend.
Yes.
Councilor Williamson.
Yes.
Councilor Dodge.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes?
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Kushner.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor McPherson.
Yes.
Councilor Miller.
Yes.
Councilor Phillips.
Yes?
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. So there are no public meetings this evening. There are no presentations. So we will move right into the discussion reports, and we will start with item 9.1, Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, Asset Management and GIS, and Financial Management Services 2023 Asset Management Plan for remaining assets. Richard Pinder and Zachary Francisco from GM Blue Pan are available in case questions arise. Samantha Downing from EFES is also available with Mr. Mark Tuccio. Before we discuss, can I have a councilor to move and second the recommendation? Councilor Harris, Councilor Kushner. So the recommendation is on the screen that we endorse the 2023 Asset Management Plan attached as Appendix 1, and that council continue to support the monitoring and improvement initiatives identified in the Asset Management Plan that will continue to strengthen the city's corporate asset management practices. If you would like to speak to this, if you have any additional questions that you would like to follow up with. All right, nope, Councilor Ratzlaff, there we go.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. So we did get this report last meeting as well, and we talked about it a little bit. I'm just wondering, is there a plan to close the gap between the deficit and what we're currently spending? Looks like it's 65 million.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the asset management plan, the first two phases are obviously to identify what the gap is. The next phase is to establish what the targeted levels of service are, which will also include a financial plan to close that gap. So that is part of our next phase in our asset management journey.
And so we'll be seeing those reports or those plans next year, or when should we expect them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff will be starting to work on the next phase of our asset management plan immediately after adoption of this plan. There will be quite a bit of stakeholder engagement as well as engagement with council to determine what those levels of service are, and communication to determine how our progress is along the way.
That's helpful. I guess because one of the dangers is allowing our assets allowing our assets to crumble, kind of pushes us to make decisions rather than us making proactive decisions. And so it's just important that we don't find ourselves in a situation where our failure to act forces us to act, if that makes sense. The other question that I have is, one of the reasons, there's a number of reasons why this deficit is so high. It didn't happen overnight. It's happened over the last 20, 30 years, and also our city is very old, and the province has been downloading infrastructure responsibilities to municipalities for a long time. But one of the other reasons is that many cities across Ontario have developed in a way that hasn't created a sustainable tax base to pay for the services required to service those neighborhoods. And so I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity, or has been discussed, of using the asset management plan or using our understanding of how much these assets cost over their lifetime to better inform decisions around the types of neighborhoods that get built, right? Like if I have a better understanding of whether or not a development can pay for the services that it requires over the lifetime of that development, then I just feel like I'm in a better position to make a decision. Has that been discussed, or is that something that this asset management plan is capable of achieving?
Ms. Katay?
Through the chair to the councillor, when we review development applications, we review them against the city's various plans, whether they be asset management, servicing master plans, the city's official plans, all of which are to forecast the future's needs for growth for these areas. So when a development application comes in, we do look to see if it either implements those plans or whether or not changes need to be made to the development proposal to implement those plans. And that could be anything from sidewalk locations, changing size of pipes, further downstream improvements. It's also why we have development charges now, is for growth to pay for growth, for those monies to be saved in a reserve for eventual replacements of growth-related infrastructure needs. We don't do financial assessments of infrastructure for development applications. However, we should be collecting development charges that should be going towards our future needs in this regard, and that's why we're building up a reserve now to make up for the lack of development charges we've had for decades.
Right, thanks. And last comment just is, property taxes aren't going to be able to address, at least, I suppose we have to wait and find out wait to see the plan of how we're going to close this gap. But I suspect that property taxes alone aren't going to be able to address the $65 million deficit, and we're going to need to look for either new revenue streams or the province and the federal government to help us out, because like I said, it would be a really bad situation to find ourselves in when we allow our crumbling infrastructure to force us to make decisions rather than being proactive. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of the development charges were to meet all the infrastructure costs of the new developments, but the Ford government has decided that we shouldn't be charging development fees, and therefore that contributes to the deficiency. When the consultants were here, the question was asked, how do we compare to other municipalities? And the answer is we compare favorably. They're in the same situation as we are, and therefore that means that eventually the provincial and federal governments are going to have to step in and correct all the deficiencies across the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about the impact that the deficit has. Does it or will it lead to impacting service levels?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, through the next phase, we will have to look at service levels to determine whether or not we want to improve or decrease some of our service levels depending on the assets that we're looking at. And those decisions will be made based on what those financial impacts are. So yes, we will be looking at service levels for all of our assets moving forward and trying to come up with a financial plan that allows us to meet those service levels.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to ask about, so with the asset management, that, we are, building a new fire station, we're, looking at other new facilities. Will that, I know that will be part of the asset management, but just for people who are, in the community who are thinking, well, if you build new stuff, the deficit will decrease or it will disappear. Is that the case, or is it that we're just adding potentially to, what we have to manage and what we have to take care of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we go to replace a facility that's at end of life, that is part of, I guess, the life cycle for that asset. So the deficit will decrease for the facilities. However, there are additional operating costs that do need to come into account to maintain that facility over the life of the facility. So those costs will have an effect on our overall management of our assets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Just my question goes through you to the Director of Planning. When it comes to the development charges, the province, just to understand, they have waived all DCs on new builds. Can you just maybe just confirm that, or maybe explain that, how that impacts us?
Through the mayor to the councillor, through recent legislation, the province has made changes to the DC Act upon which some types of development no longer need to pay development charges. Two of those categories are affordable housing and attainable housing. To date, we have not received a definition on what attainable housing is defined as, so we're still in limbo there. And there's currently a posting to the ERO on the province's new definition of affordable housing.
Thank you for that. And I think that's one of my concerns here is when it comes to, there's no real clarification behind the term attainable housing. Attainable, from what I did hear in a recent press conference from the Premier, is around $500,000. That could meet any new development cost for anyone to buy a new development in this city, with some of the new ones that are going up. My concern here is, revenues with municipalities continue to deplete quickly because we're expected to cover costs that have been downloaded by the province. Through you, Chair, my question here is it appropriate, would this be sent to the province, this report, to allow the province to kind of understand the shortfalls or the costs that, the city of St. Catharines will be facing in the years ahead?
So the asset management plan is filed with the province.
Thank you. I'm wondering, through you, Chair, if it would be appropriate at the right time to include a motion asking the province to, they promised to make us whole in these, with the lack of development charges, if it's something that we would be asking, or would that be made in a separate motion?
I think, if you want, you could amend this to request that my office send a letter to the province, to the minister and the premier. Along those lines, asking for the methodology with which the province is going to make us whole with respect to development charges.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, and I think that the wording, I would be okay with that. I think just as councillors and the mayor, I think it's important for us to, make sure that the minister or the premier are aware of, the extensive costs, and especially cities like St. Catharines, where a lot of the infrastructure is aged. So I would, if I can make that, I think it's already been added there. I appreciate that. Mayor's office. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Councillor Williamson. Well, wait a minute before I continue. Our mover and our seconder were Councillor Harris and Kushner. That's a friendly amendment? Okay, excellent. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Not a question, just a couple comments. I'm pleased to see that natural assets are going to be treated like other engineered assets. It's shocking to me that they haven't been in the past when you think about a tree and all the value that it provides in terms of absorbing carbon dioxide, exuding oxygen, cooling effect, retaining water, all the really important things that vegetation does to sustain life. It's a long past overdue that we actually are seeing them being recognized here. One suggestion I have is that and I'm pleased to see this 9 other municipality natural asset initiative. It'd be nice to maybe get some information, further information on that when it becomes available. And hopefully the Environmental Sustainability Committee, Advisory Committee can also be consulted on this direction, which, like I said, I'm pleased to see, but we got to get moving on this stuff a little faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Just 2 questions from the report that I was just hoping maybe staff could expand on. The first one's under the section where it's talking about data confidence and how we determine the state and the condition of our assets. And it mentions a number of ongoing initiatives to enhance that data and future demand needs. What are those initiatives? Like, how are we improving the information we're getting that informs this plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We're working with the various departments to set up procedures for collecting data. There's a number of assets that might be missing something like age, or we're working with setting up actual condition assessments in the field. One of the key things that will come into play is the new asset management and CMMS software, which will allow us to gather data that can be easily mined to come up with some of that data. So where data wasn't available, we made reasonable assumptions. Now it'll be up to the staff that deal with the data on a daily basis to confirm those assumptions or update it where necessary.
Okay, thank you. And just under future plans, Councillor Ratzlaff was touching on that we're looking at a sort of underfunded from what we need to be in order to rectify the asset deficit we have and get everything up to ship shape. Under future plans, it mentions public consultation. Could you just maybe touch on what that will look like and why it's necessary?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in order to establish what our community wants, we'll need to engage the public. So the province hasn't said what needs to be done, but staff will work with the Asset Management Working Group to come up with an engagement plan. We haven't actually set forward that, but it is an item on the roadmap to come up with a communication and engagement plan for both the community and council.
And are we anticipating having to ask residents, like, if they're all right with reducing service levels? Is that part of what that conversation is going to be like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it could be some difficult conversations.
And what's the timeline, or I know it's sort of, it sounds like it's a bit far off, but do we have an estimated timeline on when that will roll out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, by July 1st, 2025, the province requires it to be done.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none, we will get to the vote in just a moment. I did want to ask one question with respect to, there's a chart on page 9 and it lists, among other things, the total backlog of $781 million for our infrastructure. I guess to Mr. Martuccio, I think, that backlog encompasses the assets that we currently have, correct?
To you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
So when it comes to concerns around development charges are important with respect to future assets that we would have, but the development charges really would not greatly touch that $781 million, would they? I'm just wondering what proportion of that $781 million could be funded through development charges?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, or to you, Mr. Mayor, it's a difficult question because of the fact that we are a fairly old municipality, that we aren't expanding in terms of urban boundary. So some of those new development charges could be towards increasing the size of some of our infrastructure in order to accommodate increased density and increased development within city boundaries.
So I guess then as a follow-up question, if we were to add not a single new person and not a single new development in the community, we would still have a $781 million backlog.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, and I think that's an important step. I will say, I agree with all the comments that have been made about development charges and the frustration with the changes in how development charges are collected. But I think it's important for us to recognize that that $781 million infrastructure deficit exists, whether we have any new development or not. Now, some of that, specifically the in-ground water, wastewater, pollution control, as we expand and we grow upwards, there will be replacement that will be necessary, and some of that can be funded through development charges, but only the incremental portion that is greater than what we currently have. So again, I think it's important to recognize that that number doesn't go anywhere. I would be remiss if I didn't make the same point here that I made at the region when we were discussing this through our capital budget discussion a couple weeks ago. The region's infrastructure deficit, I believe, the backlog will be about $1.9 billion in 10 years. Wasn't expecting that sound. I'll direct the question to Mr. Martuccio because I think I asked the acting director of public works at the region. Actually, no, maybe I'll direct this to Ms. Douglas. Given the track record of the provincial and federal governments for funding infrastructure at the municipal level, if they don't come through and recognize the very clear concerns we have, who is left having to pay for the infrastructure?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, it would be the taxpayer if we did not receive assistance from upper levels of government.
Which taxpayer?
The local taxpayer, the only taxpayer.
Paying what form of taxes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be through property taxes.
Property taxes. And I appreciate that, and I don't mean to put Ms. Douglas on the spot, but I think this is another thing that we all need to recognize when we have conversations with our provincial and federal members. The reality is that there's a $781 million backlog in the city of St. Catharines, not to mention the $1.9 billion backlog throughout the region of Niagara, roughly a third of which at a minimum, probably closer to 40% of that infrastructure being in the city of St. Catharines. So when we are having conversations with our provincial and federal members, we should always be cognizant of impressing upon them just how important it is that upper levels of government figure out a funding model that works for the municipality to be able to take care of its infrastructure because, and I'm sure we are all tiring of hearing me say this, the municipality, city and region combined collects 8 cents of every dollar in taxes. That means we get 8% of the taxes. And we are responsible for 2/3, 67% of the infrastructure. There is a fiscal imbalance. It doesn't make any sense. It is a dumb way to try and pay for infrastructure at the local level, and the province and the federal government combined have the ability to help us with this issue. I will close simply by saying, and this was all spurred from a question in the memo that was sent around, a question by Councillor Kushner. I gather this information would be very effective in dealing with upper levels of government to get grants. And the response given was yes. So, if you have the opportunity, feel free to send this asset management plan to any of our friends at the provincial and the federal level. I trust implicitly that Councillor Dodge will be carrying this message along with her AMO colleagues. I trust implicitly that Councillor McPherson will be carrying this message with her FCM colleagues. I know my friends at the region will be doing the same. Please continue to impress upon our federal and provincial counterparts the absolute necessity for the levels of government that control 90% of the taxation in this province and country to help pay for infrastructure. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 9.2, which is Financial Management Services, Older Homeowner Tax Increase Deferral Program. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Christine Douglas, the Director of Financial Management Services and our City Treasurer, Lisa Reed, the Manager of Revenue, and Peter Fries, MTE Consultants, to provide a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, citizens, and senior staff. The City of St. Catharines has been exploring its options and opportunities with regards to implementing an enhanced property tax increase deferral program for older homeowners. This exploration has been supported by industry experts at Municipal Tax Equity Consultants, Inc. Tonight, City staff, along with Peter Fries from MTE, will share details of the proposed program for Council's consideration. City staff received a direction at the March 26th Budget Standing Committee meeting to report back on the concept of a tax increase deferral program for low-income older adults. On May 24th, MTE made a presentation to the Budget Standing Committee on the general scope, purpose, and structure of the enhanced deferral and to highlight some of the most critical considerations. This presentation was followed up by a survey with the program elements to the members of the Budget Standing Committee. Since that time, City staff have been working with MTE to develop the tax increase deferral program for older adults, and this work is before you for consideration this evening. As discussed in the Council report, this program would apply to resident property class tax owned and occupied by older adults 65 years plus, with household incomes falling below the median for the city. Here's the overview for the presentation with a focus on the program design and key elements. When considering a tax relief or assistance program for older adults, attention must be paid to the fact that the Municipal Act requires has a mandatory program for low-income seniors and low-income persons with disabilities. Under Section 319 of the Act, municipalities are required to maintain a program where eligible taxpayers are granted a measure of relief in regard to their year-over-year tax increases. In a two-tiered system, the authority responsibility to structure this relief rests with our upper tier, being the Niagara Region. The Niagara Region's current program allows for qualifying residents to defer a portion of their tax increase that is more than $200. Consistent with most jurisdictions, the region's deferral program requires applicants above the age of 65 to be a recipient of the Federal Guaranteed Income Supplement, known as the GIS, which significantly limits its eligibility. Due to these narrow program requirements, uptake in the regional program has been limited. I will now pass things over to Mr. Fries from MTE, who will review the city's proposed program, various design elements. Mr. Fries.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. When we have a program like this is a local program. There is no sketch in the Municipal Act like some other relief programs that we have. So it's locally defined by the concept that initiates it, and then we look at a number of elements: the target group, who's it going to apply to, eligible property, what type of property would be allowable, income criteria, in this case, relief mechanisms and eligible amounts, the enrollment costs, terms and conditions, things like that. Next slide, please. Am I advancing the slides? I'm sorry. So just to give some context here, the idea would be for this to apply to people that are over 65 and of modest income, so not low GIS level as the regional program. This table just gives us a sketch of the properties where we identified one or more owner over 65 years of age in the residential class. We can see that makes up about 36% of the properties and a little bit more than that of the assessment of residential property. And one of the criteria that was in place here, that if there was more than one owner under 65, then they would not be eligible. So next slide, please. We have recommended an income test to be based on household rather than personal income for a number of reasons. Simplicity, transparency, understandability makes it very easy for people to understand where they fall. This ultimately would rely on Stats Canada figures that would be indexed somewhat to the year in question. We would align the income year with the test year, or the base household amount year. This also gives an advantage to singles, and we know that singles, it's more expensive for singles to live than couples per person, so it would give them a bit of an advantage. Next slide, please. In terms of the eligible amount, or what would be deferred, the concept is the increase of the city portion. So the city portion in 2023 of the entire tax bill It's about 40.76%, or about $668 per 100,000 of residential CVA. The rest is made up of regional education. It would be the year increase on that for any given year. Your relief for the years you were enrolled would based on your enrollment year. So if you enrolled today and this was your tax bill this year, it would always be what the city portion exceeded that $668. So if your city taxes were $700 for 2024, the eligible amount would be $32. If they went up another $10 the following year, the eligible amount for that year would be $42. So you are pegged or locked in at your base amount in your enrollment year. Next slide. It's important to know that these deferrals, the mechanism, we call it a deferral. It acts like a deferral. It looks like a deferral. There's no legal deferral of taxes. What's happening is the city is ultimately, or would be ultimately, agreeing not to collect the deferred amounts or the eligible amounts that were calculated. Penalty and interest would still apply to those technically, because you apply that universally across the base. You would offset that with a grant. Now, the grant you would ultimately really be paying yourself. You would be charging the penalty and interest at the full rate of 15% per year, and then you would be paying off 10% of it on behalf of those people. So it's a bit of a bookkeeping thing. It allows you to track how much interest you're offsetting. It documents it, transparency, but that's really what's happening. So next slide, please. Just to give you an example to illustrate that a little bit more, it's a little easier with numbers in front of us. Rather than trying to figure out what tax increases and changes might be in the future, we look back to a property that enrolled at the end of, hypothetically, at the end of 2019, that is now assessed at $250,000. This shows what those eligible increases would have been over those years. So if we enrolled at the beginning of 2019, these amounts would increase, obviously, annually to a total deferred taxes of $894 over those 5-year period. If you just didn't pay that tax over that period, you would have $283 of penalty or interest imposed. In this case, the city's going to forgive 189 of that. You just pay at 94 if you use a 5% interest rate on this program. So on the books, we see that interest applied and then removed for the eligible people. Okay? And then at the end, obviously, you would have that payout. Okay, next slide. So we're strongly recommending a fixed interest rate for a whole host of reasons. Predictability is the big one, and I think that in today's environment with interest rates creeping up, it's really important that if we're suggesting or offering this enrollment to seniors, that they can make an informed decision and not be caught off, well, I wouldn't enrolled if I knew it was going to go up to 8% or 9% or something. This way they can plan and determine that. It also makes it a lot more administratively simple. And that's not just for staff to do it, but for the participants to understand the mechanics and what's going on. So there's a number of reasons why a fixed amount. There are other municipalities that have enhanced deferral programs. 5% is used fairly well. They're not common programs, but 5% is sort of would align with those other enhanced programs. There are going to be some conditions to the program, obviously, beyond just the enrollment. And these are important to protect the city's interest. Also, you need unfortunately, you want very clear, objective, and fair paths forward if something does go wrong. For example, if somebody doesn't pay their non-deferred taxes, you want the rules to be very clear up front. We don't want to be handling these things as one-offs. Those become subjective in difficult circumstances. So all the terms would be set up. Some of those are very straightforward. Tax deferral balance could not exceed 30% of the assessed value of the property. Virtually impossible with the incremental amount that's being considered for deferral, but still important to be there. Non-deferred tax amounts must be kept current. And that's really for the protection of the city and the participants. You don't want these things to get out of hand. These amounts are priority liens on the property. Ultimately, the city retains the ability, in a worst-case scenario, to recover those through by way of sale of the land for tax arrears, which we never want to be in a situation of doing. And then, you know, let's say somebody does not meet those conditions. One of our recommendations is you don't push them right out of the program and make them pay the deferred amounts right away. They can still hold that deferred amounts until they sell or transfer the property, but they just wouldn't be allowed to defer anymore. So you wouldn't want the program itself to become a reason, you know, a bigger problem. Next slide. What are the limitations? And these are limitations for sort of the program as a public policy. How useful is it? How successful is it? And also enrollment. Number one, it's a loan, not a gift. So they still owe it. And it's a priority lien. This is probably one of the biggest things. What a priority lien means is that this amount owed takes priority over virtually anything else, particularly any commercial loan products. And in most cases, I mean, you'd have to go through individual agreements, but generally the banks and lenders aren't going to lend you money on a property with a priority lien. So it can preclude you from taking out other loans against using that capital to raise other money, reverse mortgages, things like that, lines of credit. And it could actually be, you could be precluded from enrollment if you do have a mortgage or a reverse mortgage or a secured line of credit on the property. That's probably the biggest thing, is that conflict between that priority lien legal status. And that happens whether or not it's actively registered on title. The taxes remain a priority lien, okay? It could, so it could conflict with other security issues, and it could prevent people with other. There's also some, it could, and this would be marginal, but it could affect other credit programs. So seniors property tax credit programs through income tax. If you're paying less in a year, now it's not going to be much less, so it's going to have marginal. If you're paying less, that could affect that calculation. Okay? Because they work on what you pay, not on what you're billed, ultimately. Next slide. In some of these factors, again, in limiting participation, but also application of the program, like who it could apply to. Older homeowners, there's going to be an income criteria. That's usually, homes generally have to be mortgage-free, and that's one of the reasons it may, it can work for older homeowners. Not a great program. It's not something that's easily applied to a broader cross-section. Pretty difficult to apply this to, say, a young family, because the property is usually encumbered. It also can't extend beyond homeowners, because it does involve the application of a lien on the property. A tenant or anything like that, even if they are responsible for the property taxes, they don't have the legal authority to enter into an agreement that would put a lien on the capital. So that's there are some limitations with how far it could be go. So this isn't just limiting participation, it's actually limiting the scope of the program, some of these factors here. Okay, and this, I will turn it back over to staff at this point. Thank you.
Good evening. So the application and enrollment. Enrollment will be a one-time enrollment. It's proposed that interested taxpayers be allowed to enroll at any point during the year. The first deferral occurring with the first installment of the 2024 taxes. For example, if a taxpayer were to enroll today, their deferral amount would be the amount by which the city's each year's taxes exceed their 2023 total. Staff has proposed a $50 application fee, and the application fee will be paid upon submission. Next slide. Program design and recommendation. Throughout the presentation, Mr. Fries from MT has provided the rationale for various program elements for the City of St. Catharines Older Homeowner Tax Deferral Program. The chart here summarizes the program elements with those recommendations discussed and for Council's consideration this evening. So next steps. Upon council's approval, the implementation of the program would require staff to finalize the program criteria, develop the application process, and any applicable bylaws. The program will be developed for the implementation in 2024 based on key principles. The program will be reviewed annually. Any changes to the program will be brought forward to council for consideration as part of the budget process. That concludes our presentation for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Before you go anywhere, this is the last time you ever have to do this again. How much excitement are you filled with that you never...
Thrilled.
You are thrilled. That's wonderful. Just on behalf of council, you have been a mainstay. I know in my 13 years as a member of council in different roles, you are always the person who explains to me why I'm wrong with the way I'm interpreting things, and then you explain the reality to me, and I appreciate it because as a counselor, sometimes you need the reality explained to you about how things actually work. So I think on behalf of all of council, I want to say thank you for your service to the city. I talked a little bit about it in my mayor's report about retirements, but you stuck around a little bit longer to help the city when they needed you. And I just want to say, on behalf of all of us, thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working with the city of St. Catharines. I've truly enjoyed it'll be 34 years with everybody. So I've worked with some of you longer than others, and I'm thankful to the city for their support and for giving me countless opportunities to grow both professionally and personally. I'll never forget the experience I've had working here, and I look forward to staying connected and hearing all the great updates about the team's achievements, and wishing you all great success.
And it's a testament to her preparedness that we did not discuss that I was going to say something right there, but just in case the opportunity arose, she knew exactly what she was going to say. All right, so at this time, I've got a speakers list. I'm assuming questions for the presenters. What I'm going to ask is for a mover and a seconder for the presentation so they can sit down. Councillor Harris, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor of receiving the presentation? Opposed? That's carried. So at this time, I have a speakers list. We can ask questions of the presenters. They do have microphones in the back. And I will start with, I have Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Townsend, Councillor Kushner, and Councillor Garcia. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I guess my first question is just, and maybe this is in the report and I missed it, why older adults and not all lower income individuals in the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the program, we were specifically asked to look at older adults for this tax increase deferral program. One of the stipulations with regards to this program is that the deferral of taxes does create a lien on an individual's home, and in most cases, or a lot of cases, individuals who are below the age of 65 would still likely have a mortgage on their home and not be able to defer the taxes with their mortgage agreements.
Okay, but legally, if we wanted to in the future, let's say we implement this program and it's a huge success, could we, if we wanted to, expand the program?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I will start, and perhaps Mr. Fries can provide some additional commentary. This program is specifically designed for older adults. If a program for other low-income individuals was desired, we would have to take that away. As I indicated, opening up a program to the entire tax base does create some potential cash flow challenges to the city, as well as the program, the administration part of it. It could become administratively burdensome if you open up, because you do need to vet each application with regards to their eligibility. Finally, there is the regional program that does exist for those individuals who are low income, however, with the caveat with disabilities.
Okay, thank you for that. That actually dovetails with my next question. I was a bit concerned in the report. It basically mentions that we aren't adding any additional capacity or resources to staff, and that the expectation is that existing staff are just going to take this on. That's always a bit of a concern for me because I know that our staff tend to be overworked as is. Is that realistic, or are we going to get in trouble if this does turn out to be popular and we, staffing level isn't what it needs to be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. At this time, looking at the other municipalities that have an enhanced tax deferral program in place, we are anticipating that we will be able to manage the application and the program within existing staff complement. As Ms. Reed indicated at the end of the presentation, we will be bringing updates each budget cycle. So should we find that there are an increase in the number of applicants and it does require further resources, we will update council during that budget process.
Okay, thank you. And then just with regards, I suppose, to the potential pool for this type of program, the existing program, I think it said applies to people whose household income is around $28,000, and this increases it to about $81,000. Do we have an estimate of how many households we're talking about in St. Catharines? I know not all of them, of course, are going to apply for this, but just to have some, did we ballpark that or estimate it in any way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as indicated in the presentation in the one slide, there's approximately 4,304 households that are owned by older adults, which have at least one of the residents 65 or plus. When we also look at the existing program, the regional program, we had 10 applicants for that program this year. For our older homeowner water account credit, we had 240 applicants. When we looked to our neighbor, the city of Niagara Falls, for their program, they had about around 900 applicants for the program. So therefore, we would say that I would say the range would be somewhere around between that 10 and 240 based on our demographics for our city.
Okay, and thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and certainly in support of it, and we'll be curious to see its impact as it rolls out.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question is along the lines similar to what Councillor Miller was asking. My concern is there are certainly a lot of people of all ages who are, kind of would fall within that $26,000 to $80,000 mark. People who are struggling to pay their taxes. How does our program compare with what other municipalities are doing to assist in people paying their property taxes? Do we have an idea of what other municipalities do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did look at other municipalities that did have this enhanced program, and it did look at also the older adults. I will defer to Mr. Freeze, as he is an expert in municipal property taxation.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. There really aren't a lot of programs right now to assist the population generally with the property tax. This is sort of a marginal thing that is used in a couple very isolated incidents, and then there are that safety net way at the bottom, which defers the increases for very low income seniors and persons with disabilities. In between, there isn't a lot, and there's not a lot that municipalities can do at this point to mitigate those, other than to give relief. That creates a reciprocal budget pressure and increases the taxes. So there really isn't anything in that in-between area that you're asking about, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, my other question is, I guess, to staff is, are we prepared to, what is our plan with, explaining this program to our older adults within the community? And the reason being is because as I was listening to it and watching it, it just seemed like there's a lot of fine print. Like you go in to buy a vehicle and there's all these add-ons, ifs, ands, buts, and kind of gets a little confusing. And I can just imagine, I've spent time explaining to, my grandmother, who's probably watching tonight, I'm sorry, Grandma, but explaining to her how to, use the TV. So I'm just trying to, what is the plan with our staff? If you can just share, it's going to take time to go through this process. I'm just wondering if you could talk about the plan to work with the older adults.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. With approval this evening, then staff will be moving forward with developing that application process. And similar to our other types of applications, there'll be a fair number of details in there. We will be asking both homeowners to sign off on the program, and we will also be recommending that they consult with a financial expert, because we do understand that this program can have some other implications on their financial situation. The finance staff, the revenue team, are familiar in dealing with individuals who, with regard to their property tax matters, and I'm confident that the team will be able to work them through the application. We will also be providing question notes and documents to provide to our Citizens First team for any questions that may be provided.
Thank you for that. Through you, Chair. One of my concerns I have is hearing that there would be a lien put on the house. And as we all know, things come up in life where, say, maybe a senior might need to get a new vehicle for, say. Is this really the only approach we can take, is putting a lien on someone's house and to ensure that they can get their property taxes paid?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the program that is put before you this evening is not recommending that a lien is actually registered. It is a default because the taxes are being deferred. That is the default situation that does occur. By their nature, property taxes do provide a priority lien. I can defer to Mr. Freeze if he's got any additional information based on his expertise.
Through you, Mayor, that's whether it's registered or not, it's a priority lien as soon as those taxes are levied. So it's not necessarily, it's not really a choice of the city whether to make it a priority lien or not. And in fact, my recommendation would be to register those so it was clear on title. That would actually prevent people getting into a circumstance where they potentially borrowed money and then the bank found out later or something like that. So good information up front, but that is as per the presentation, that is a limitation of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to a senior person. This can sound very attractive, but in promoting this program, we should also be indicating what the risk is to these adults. For example, you've indicated that the city would not necessarily put a lien on it, but would the bank put a lien on it? And if there's a lien on the property, that affects their ability to get a mortgage, to renew a mortgage, or I'm not sure how reverse mortgages work, but that could be affected as well. And secondly, you've indicated that the city retains the ability to conduct a sale of the property. And that should be very explicit in the program. So they should be warned of the risks right at the front when they're considering getting a deferral. Now, have there been any sales of the property because of these, because of the ability to repay the lien in other communities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, not to my knowledge, but that is a piece of information that we can obtain for council. I'm not sure if Mr. Freeze has any information on that.
Okay, you've rightfully indicated that the person seeking a deferral should consult with their financial advisor, but a lot of times these people don't have the money to consult with a financial advisor. And that's why, if the program is to be implemented, I'd like very explicit comments to the effect that there are risks. So that would be an amendment or whatever, Mr. Mayor.
I think that would be taken as direction to staff. They've been explicit, but I think you've been explicit, and we will continue to be explicit if passed, that the communication has to be very clear to residents.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that communication should also be in writing.
It was going to be.
Thank you.
And just to add on, because Councilor Kushner asked about programs in other communities and the lien and a sale coming about from that. For clarity, we do tax sales when people can't. I mean, this is essentially the same process, right? So we already do that in limited circumstances. Okay, thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I think it's great that we're trying to do something to help our older adult taxpayers that may be having difficulty. I just have a couple of questions, and I guess before that, I should also add to what you said that I have been very pleased to have worked with Ms. Reed the time that I've been here. She's been so helpful anytime that I needed help, so I had to say that.
I should say, budget chairs get the reality of the world explained to them far more often than everybody else. So you and I are in a very unique situation. Ms. Reed has definitely explained the reality of the world to both of us.
A couple of questions. Through you, either to the director or the consultant, my understanding from the report is that the 15% is a mandated percentage, or is that something that the city sets?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the 15% is the percentage that is set as the upper limit in the Municipal Act, and it is further approved in our city bylaws as the interest rate that we charge on overdue taxes.
Thank you. And has that interest rate changed at all when interest rates were really low, for example, or has it gone up because they're higher, or is it stay set?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city has not changed that interest rate during interest rate changing times, no.
Okay, thank you. We talked about an income threshold that the consultant showed us. Would that threshold be adjusted annually?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, our recommendation is that it gets adjusted annually based on Stats Canada's median household interest, household income for the city of St. Catharines. That's not published every year, but it would be indexed for CPI. The bylaw and the administration material would include the formula for that, so it was very transparent. It would be announced every year. And then that income would align, you would choose the income year, the threshold year, with the documentation year. So if the applicant brought in their income statements for 2022, you would use a 2022 benchmark. If they brought it in for 2023, you would use the 2023 benchmark.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the director, if we approve the program once you develop the application process and so on, will you be able to give the council and or the budget committee, let's say, a 10-year estimate of what the program could cost the city? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it will depend on the number of applicants. So until we actually release the program and we see after, the initial year, we would report back to council after the initial year, and then at that time be able to provide some estimated increases. But obviously, the impact of the program would depend on what happens with annual tax increases year over year, because it's an increase based on the base year, the year the property owner enrolls.
Thank you for that. And my last comment, Mr. Mayor, following up on the comments by Councilors Townsend and Kushner about how important that information is, I believe this would just be direction to staff, but I suggest that we could include, if the program is approved, something that would go out with the tax bills so that it's very directly related to what they get and understanding what they could do.
Okay, that direction is noted as well. All right, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff or the presenter, I'm not sure whom. If someone qualifies for this as a couple, I think that it's, when I was reading through, it only goes to one person. But in that home ownership, say one of the spouses were the one that perhaps has it passes, how does that relate to the other person? Do they continue on with the program, or are they expected to pay that upon that situation?
It would be attached to there would be an applicant, but it would be attached to the property. Generally, how these programs work is if one owner were to leave, maybe not, for any reason, divorce or moved out, something like that, then that wouldn't re-trigger a re-enrollment. It would only be if an owner was added, a new owner was added to the property, that would trigger a requalification. So they would have to requalify. So change of ownership or sale. So if, there was a couple and they put on one of the child or something, that would re-trigger the reevaluation of it. But if somebody left the ownership circumstance, that wouldn't re-trigger.
Okay, just so that I'm clear. So if one person left, we don't expect the other person to pay that off right away. They can just continue on? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, can we put the motion up on the screen? Mover and seconder is Councillor Harris and Councillor Garcia. Are there any comments before we call the roll? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make an amendment on this, and I'm hoping we can vote on it before the motion, but I'd like to make an amendment to waive the $50 fee and make it an interest-free loan for the older adults residents in the community, and I'd like to put that on the floor and have council vote on that.
Councillor Harris?
I was just going to, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Finance, how would there be any impact from that?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. With regard to the application fee, I think that can be accommodated. With regards to not charging an interest rate, I do have some concerns with that. Oftentimes when there isn't some type of fee attached to it, individuals see it as a free program, and it can increase the application to the program.
I guess then, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Townsend, could we split that in two, or do you still want to?
It is always appropriate to split a piece in two.
No, I mean the 50 and the interest.
It is always appropriate to split a piece in two. As Chair Bradley likes to remind us, it is always appropriate to split a motion.
No, I was splitting the motion, but the $50 and the interest
It is
is
always
two separate.
appropriate to split a motion.
So it's actually three split things. Okay. I was asking Townsend, but that's okay.
So there will be two amendments, that no interest be charged on deferred taxes, and the second, that the application fee be waived.
Unless he wants to withdraw it. No? Okay.
So I believe Councillor Townsend still had the floor, actually. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I guess, one of my concerns here is we're just adding fees on top of, we're working on helping residents over the significant tax increase, but we're just adding more fees, penalizing them for already, this significant increase. So I'm okay if we want to vote on them separately, but I would urge council to support removing both the fees attached. Niagara Region, and you can, staff can quote me on this, but Niagara Region is not charging a penalty on increases. Other municipalities aren't charging a percentage on, deferral programs. And I'm sure if staff can maybe confirm that, but the research I've done is that there's no penalties on top of property tax deferral programs in other municipalities.
So we are speaking strictly to the two amendments that we're going to be voting on separately. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just to staff on the application fee, what was the, other than, of course, to maybe reduce frivolous applications, but
What was the plan for those, the funds? You know, what, I know it's not a significant amount of money, but where was that money going to go?
Paying for the staff time.
Okay, and if, we-
And I'm going to look to Ms. Douglas, and she can just reply with a nod or a shake of the head, but the staff time associated was actually higher than that, but this was a saw-off to try and make it affordable.
okay, so then without this, what's the cost of, the annual cost of the program right now? I think it's projected for 50,000, so what would it be without this, do we think?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it depends entirely on how many applications we have.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Are there any other comments with respect just to the amendment? Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the first one, that no interest be charged on deferred taxes, are we, like, would there be a cost to the city for us to waive that fee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the other municipalities that have a referral or a deferral program, the statutory one under Section 319, there is no interest charge, but enhanced program does include an interest element, because without an interest element, there could be a number of applicants who apply who don't qualify, so that could increase the amount of staff time that is required to manage and administer the program. Therefore, it is always recommended that there is a small interest charge so that individuals who apply to the program, there is some cost minimization to it.
Thank you.
Any other comments with respect to the two unfriendly amendments before we call the roll? I will just say I won't be voting in favor of either of them. On the first one, not charging interest means that we're going to be losing a lot of value over the course of time with respect to the taxes that aren't paid, and I don't think that's tenable. I think that's very problematic. With respect to the $50 application fee, the intention is very simply to try and recover some of the cost of the staff time administering the program, and to hopefully hold off on the more frivolous applications. So with that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll on the first, which is the interest, and on the second, which is the application fee.
So the first item, as the mayor said, is related to the interest. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Kushner. No. Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost. And then the second item is the vote on the $50 application fee. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. No. Councillor Dodge.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost.
All right. Back to the main motion. Are there any other speakers to the main motion? Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The concern I have is we're approving a program without knowing the cost, and staff have indicated why that is the case. So would we consider this to be a pilot project, or are we going to review it after 1 year?
So I believe the intention is for it to come back every year. To call it a pilot project would, I think, be, I don't think that's appropriate, only because once it starts, we don't want to stop the pilot project and kick people out of the program.
Okay, if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, I would make an amendment that, or clarify the understanding that it be reviewed on an annual basis.
Okay, so that would be an amendment. Would that be friendly to the mover and seconder? I think we can add it as we can add it as a direction. right, so that the program be reviewed on an annual basis. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
I just think it's important to acknowledge that we're dealing with special circumstances for seniors. A lot of these folks are house wealthy, but they don't have the day-to-day funds to keep things going. So it keeps them in their house, which I think is important for people's longevity, for their quality of life, all those important things. So I think it is a worthwhile program, and I'm glad that we're doing it, and I think it's worth a try. And I do think that leaving the charges and leaving interest rates makes sense based on the fact of the things that have already been said. So, but I just wanted to point out the reality out that some of these seniors have the advantage of equity in homes, which a lot of young people do not have. So that's you know, a consideration in this, but it's for special seniors in special circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? All right, so in a moment, we'll look to the clerk to call the roll. I will speak very briefly. I did have one very quick question to the director. With respect to, I can't remember the term you've used in the past, with respect to the number of residents who are unable to pay their taxes on an annual basis. You had indicated to me that the percentage of residents was very low in the city of St. Catharines. Could you just speak briefly to that?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Based on 2022 in the 2023 BMA study, the city of St. Catharines taxes receivable was 2.8%. The average for Niagara region is 5.2%, and it ranges from the low of the city of St. Catharines 2.8 to a high of 10.2%. So, and that's 9 municipalities of within the Niagara region. So our outstanding collection percentages for outstanding taxes receivable is very good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's good context to understand that we are very blessed in our community that our community has been able to pay their taxes, and we have a very low rate of taxes receivable. Councillor Williamson raised a good point when he talked about folks who are house wealthy. It is true, and that was part of the impetus for bringing this forward a couple of years ago in conversations with members of the community. When I was the budget chair, I was asked if we could do something like this, give seniors the ability to lock in their taxes and have that as a predictable every year expense where they didn't have to try and budget for increases they wouldn't be able to predict. I am under no illusions that this is a panacea. It definitely isn't, but it's a tool in the toolbox. And a couple of councillors have mentioned that. This is something that we can try. There are certain restrictions, things that we have to do just by virtue of the way property taxes are calculated and the way the value of money changes over time. But this is something we can do. The regional program has been mentioned. One of the first things I discovered was just how limiting that regional program actually is. And if you look at who could possibly qualify for it, owning your own home and also having an income below 26,000?
28,000.
28,000. Owning your own home and having an income below 28,000 is a fairly rare circumstance. There's not even a lot of people that would qualify for that, and the program only kicks in when the tax increase is more than $200 a year, which is also a fairly rare occurrence. So it doesn't provide a whole lot of options. Like Councilor Williamson, I appreciate the fact that staff have decided to go with a straight 5% interest. My original intention with the plan was that it would be the prime rate plus 2% or something along those lines, but as we've seen over the last couple of years, given the variability in the prime lending rate, it probably makes sense, again, on the predictability piece to have that set 5%, so I appreciate that. I would implore council to move this forward and allow staff to develop it out and implement it for the 2024 tax year. I think that for some in our community, this is going to allow them to stay in their homes and their neighborhoods where they've had support all their lives, where they've helped to build the community. For clarity, and so everybody understands, I've brought this to the region. Upon the passage this evening, I will be advocating during the regional budget process for the region to implement a similar program for taxpayers in St. Catharines and across Niagara. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge. Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Unanimously. Moving on to item 9.3, Planning and Building Services, Business Process Optimization for Planning and Building Services. Before the report, we'll hear introductory comments from Tammy Kate, the Director of Planning and Building Services, and then receive a presentation from KPMG, followed by a presentation from staff. So I'll now look to Ms. Kate to provide her opening comments.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, council, staff, and members of the public. Beginning in 2019, management from Planning and Building Services started regular collaborations with the Niagara Home Builders Association and the Niagara Construction Association on process improvements, service delivery enhancements, and building code changes. These meetings yielded lots of great ideas and a collective will to make a positive change. However, a lack of resources prevented many of these measures from being realized. In January of last year, the provincial government announced that the City of St. Catharines was eligible for up to $1 million in provincial funding to implement initiatives that streamline the development approvals process. The Council of the Day approved a work plan that centered on 3 main areas of focus: process improvements, technology improvements, and staffing improvements. With regards to process improvements, I would like to introduce Bruce Peaver and Sana Malik from KPMG, who are retained to undertake a business process optimization exercise for PBS. Following their presentation, I will provide a brief overview of the utilization of the Streamline Development Approvals Fund and how Council's investment in these initiatives have substantially improved the development approvals process for the City of St. Catharines.
Good evening, Your Worship. My name is Bruce Peaver. I'm a partner with KPMG, and I was responsible, along with Sana Malik, our senior manager, on the delivery of this report that looked at the business process optimization on your development approval processes. If we turn the page. Thank you. So we were engaged by the city to conduct a review of the Planning and Building Services Department in their development approval processes. The objective of the project was to obtain a third-party opinion on the best way forward to optimize service delivery without decreasing the accuracy, the analysis, and customer service experience of development approvals. We started the engagement last year about this time, and we completed it in the spring of this year, and we are now presenting it to Council approximately a year later. If you turn the page. In terms of the work plan, what we undertook for the city was a 5-phase project. So we began the project with a kickoff meeting or project initiation, and we laid out the plan for the subsequent phases. The next phase of work was the environmental scan, where we collected information on the Planning and Building Service Department's processes, as well as we captured the current state using what we call our target operating model, and Sana is going to speak to that in a few minutes. We also took a look at your comparator municipalities. We looked at 4 other municipalities to identify any key trends and patterns in the planning and building processes. So these comparator municipalities were the City of Kitchener, Mississauga, Markham, and Hamilton. Finally, we pulled the work all together to develop a series of recommendations for your consideration, as well as an implementation plan. And then it was pulled together into a final report and tonight's presentation. If we turn the page again. A key part of this project was the engagement process. So there was 4 key aspects to the engagement process. We worked and consulted with city staff, and we conducted 12 interviews and focus groups. We also conducted a series of process mapping workshops, and we took a look at 8 key processes, and they can be found in the report where all these 8 processes are completely mapped out to identify key steps within each process. As well, we talked to, as I mentioned, 4 comparator municipalities, and we captured all the latest trends and patterns that are occurring within the province around the development approvals. And finally, we consulted with the development community, and we held 2 focus groups with the city's development community, as well as we facilitated an online survey to obtain additional feedback. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Sana Malik to walk you through the target operating model and a high-level review of the recommendations coming out of the report. Sana?
Thanks, Bruce, and good evening. I'm a senior manager with the practice, and I'll be walking you through some of the key findings from our project. So as Bruce mentioned, there was a high emphasis on stakeholder engagement. So the first stakeholder group that we met with, it was internal stakeholders, which is the staff. And as you can see on this slide, our work was divided up into target operating model, which is essentially all the different pillars that need to work together for the benefit of the organization to achieve the optimal organization. So the first thing we heard was around governance, that basically all staff wanted improved and efficient processes. However, sometimes poor application quality or the applicant's unwillingness sometimes to provide the minimum requirements, or there was an imbalance between the staffing complement and workload that led to delays in processes of processing the applications. Around the people and organization, we heard that the current staffing complement is not aligned to meet the increased volume of planning applications and building permits, especially with the new legislations coming out. And lastly, around technology and data, we heard that data management and utilization of some systems could be improved. If you go to the next slide, the other stakeholder group that we spent time with was the developers. We conducted 2 focus groups with the development community with the objective to obtain the customer perspective regarding the city's current development approvals and building permit processes, and to identify opportunities to enhance the overall process. In addition, we facilitated an online survey to obtain additional feedback. And on this slide are just the key themes that came about from our consultation. The first one was the department culture. So developers suggested that the department requires a cultural shift to increase the focus on customer service in order to better support development. We also heard feedback of areas of improvement, including the pre-consultation process, how submission requirements could be improved, how the review and circulation of planning application could be enhanced. And we heard that overall communication between the city departments could be improved. So really good feedback that came about from our consultation with the development community. If you go to the next slide. As part of the process, we also spoke, as Bruce alluded to, 4 comparative municipalities selected by the city. And the objective of the comparative analysis was to gain an understanding of the planning and building processes within each municipality. So we looked at the city of Hamilton, the city of Kitchener, city of Markham, and city of Mississauga. If you go to the next slide. Again, we received really good feedback, some good news stories, some best practices from the comparators. One thing that stood out was the vision for development services. So while not always formally documented, each municipality that we spoke to had a vision of how development services should be delivered. For example, the city of Mississauga and the city of Markham are completely digital and paperless. That's what they're moving towards or have moved towards. And all their processes are now based on this vision. So certainly the city of St. Catharines would also benefit from aligning on its vision for development services and how it plans to position itself in the short and long term. We heard that talent management was a concern across all municipalities when it came to retaining some of their talent. And they're coming up with new and innovative ways to retain talent. Lastly, we heard legislative changes was having, as we know, big impacts on how planning services were delivered. And all municipalities were changing up the process, especially for Bill 109 and other legislative changes, adding in resources and clearly defining the upfront application intake processes to reduce review cycles. If you go to the next slide. So based on the phases of all the work that we completed, and in collaboration with municipal staff, we identified potential opportunities for improvement in land use development processes. In total, 33 opportunities were identified to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the city's planning and building processes. And they were between organization, governance and strategy, process and delivery model, data and technology, people and organization, and lastly, customer experience. In the detailed report, you'll find our implementation plan, how the projects or opportunities were prioritized between quick wins, strategic projects, and midterm opportunities. And that's the end of our presentation. And we can open the floor for questions.
So, questions? Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What did you learn from the comparator cities? What recommendations are you making based on what you learned from them?
Sana, why don't you answer that?
Yeah, sure. I was just pulling up the slide on the side. The one that I spoke about earlier.
The major ones.
Sorry?
The major recommendations from the other comparators.
The major recommendation, I would say, is around the vision for planning services. What we learned, like I said, from the city of Mississauga and the city of Markham was they want to be digital. They want to come away with all paper processes. And we found that that was something interesting that City of St. Catharines could consider doing. They're already in the path of doing that, but certainly knowing that others have been successful would certainly be helpful for St. Catharines as well.
Okay, and what recommendations did you find with your focus groups that would be in addition to the recommendations from the other municipalities? What have you learned with respect to your interaction with the business community? You indicated that in the report there has to be better communication. What else?
We heard in terms of the development community, I'm just pulling it up on the side. We heard improvements that could benefit from the pre-consultation process in terms of when staff are meeting with the developers, if there could be staff continuity. Application requirements should be clear upfront. We heard that the submission requirements could be improved. What I mean by that is the city is one of the few municipalities that requires an original signature on planning applications. This was the case pre-pandemic, but since then that has changed. And the cities most of the cities we spoke to do not require physical signatures. In terms of communication, we heard that the city could improve the communications it's providing back and responding timely to the development community. I hope that answers your question in terms of what were the crux of what we found.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, is this appropriate time to ask staff questions as well, or just to consultants?
Hold off just the presenters for right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the report. I'm just curious,
about the comparators, and my colleague pointed this out to me, I didn't notice on my own, but the comparators were quite a lot larger than St. Catharines. Typically, we see comparisons with places like Guelph and Cambridge and Whitby, so just why particularly were these ones selected?
Your worship, to the councillor, these comparators were selected by the city, and I think principally because they are identified as leading practice.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the presenters? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Beaver and Ms. Malik, for that. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the presentation? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Harris, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So I have a motion now that Councillor... Oh, sorry, presentation from Tammy. I should have paid attention to the clerk.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Through the chair, the following presentation will briefly touch upon the utilization of the Streamline Development Approvals Fund and the successes to date of Council's ongoing investments in these initiatives. So the PBS management team has hosted a range of roundtable, one-on-ones, and small task group discussions with the development industry since 2019. Through these efforts, a number of challenges, internal and external, have been identified that can delay development. We had heard these concerns, and we've categorized them as needs to invest in people, process, and technology. As a result, when the Streamline Development Approvals Fund opportunity became available, it was these three areas that PBS focused on in an effort to meet the city's obligation under the Municipal Housing Pledge. Utilizing the business process optimization results from KPMG, staff have redesigned the most commonly accessed types of development applications. Planning staff created an expedited pre-submission consultation process that assists developers and speculators in their due diligence process. This turnaround has now been shortened to 30 days, giving applicants a predictable timeline to base their decision-making from, and includes written direction and advice how to proceed towards a successful outcome. Planning staff then redesigned the city's Planning Act processes to be Bill 109 and Bill 23 compliant, including a site plan process that has seen a 20% reduction in time from first submission to first comment letter since 2021. Residential and non-residential building permit processes were mapped, inefficiencies identified, and process improvements put into action. And lastly, fire code plans examination and inspections were folded into the building division to assist with a one-window approach for applicants. The process improvements identified through the business process optimization exercise and staff's ongoing implementation has led to the transition from manual paper-based processes to online application submission, online application review, and online inspections. Build STC has been live for several months now and allows applicants to apply for and pay for building permit applications online. Staff then review these applications utilizing Bluebeam, Trax, and Adobe Illustrator while automatically syncing data to the city's existing Amanda system. Communications to applicants have become much more automated, and applicants can sign into the system to catch up on the status of their files. An inspections app was also created that assists our inspectors in the field with uploading inspection results in real time and sharing those with applicants. As staff are now running multiple high-resolution renderings and multiple software programs at the same time, investments were made in computers and monitors to support the transition from paper to digital review. The Streamlined Development Approvals Fund allowed for the temporary hiring of staff to assist with application backlog. Staff used this opportunity to retain an administrative project manager to focus entirely on the Build STC portal, inspection app, and applicant submission guides while connecting between IT and PBS staff. Additional temporary positions were retained in building, planning, and development engineering. With the 2023 implementation of Bill 109 and Bill 23 and the prospect of financial penalties to municipalities who do not deliver approvals within legislated timeframes, Council invested in PBS by converting contract positions and creating new positions in planning, including development planners and a development agreement coordinator. The new staffing, in addition to process improvements and technology investments, have seen development applications move through the approvals process in accordance with legislated timeframes for the first time in years. For the building division, the investment in the Streamline development approvals has reversed the department's longstanding inability to meet Building Code Act timeframes. In the 2023 calendar year to date, building permit applications have been responded to and/or issued within legislated timeframes. Furthermore, the backlog of open permits is being aggressively targeted. In planning, the completely redesigned pre-submission consultation process has seen a 57% reduction in the number of days between an applicant requesting a pre-submission consultation and having that meeting with staff. This effort has saved applicants a month of time to prepare formal development applications. For zoning bylaw amendments, applicants have seen a 79% decrease in the number of days between an applicant having a complete application letter and having a staff report in front of council since 2020. This average is in compliance with the Planning Act's legislated timeframes, and as a result, no Bill 109 refunds have been issued to date in 2023. Council's investment in staffing is a significant contributing factor to a 47% reduction in files per development planner in 2023, which has allowed staff to review applications and finalize approvals in a much more timely and compliant fashion. We would not be achieving these successes without this investment. The PBS management team, some of whom are here and online this evening, are proud of the work that staff have done to implement these initiatives to meet the needs of the building industry and the expectations of council. We recognize that there is more to do. We will continue to work through the implementation of our customer-focused work plan while working with our building industry partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cathay, for that very good news story. I'll give you a moment to sit down, and while you do take the moment to sit down, we will take questions momentarily. I do want to give a shout out to you, Ms. Cathay, along with Ms. Josipovich, Mr. Lane, everybody in PBS who made this work over the last couple of years. I will say, I called it a good news story. Going through the report and seeing the difference in the timelines and how much progress has been made, as well as the conversations I've had with members of the development community, you are to be applauded for the work that you've done to meet the very aggressive timelines that the different pieces of legislation have set forth over the last couple of years, deal with all of the incoming fire from the provincial government, and still manage to make these improvements. So kudos to you. With that, I have Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. Like the mayor, I'm excited to see some of the results. One thing I took some umbrage, I suppose, with was the first thing listed during those, the sort of summary of the meetings with the developers was about the departmental culture. So I'm just wondering if, because it's something we hear about as councillors, I think a bit about maybe a not so good departmental culture. I've never noticed that in practice though, so I'm just curious if we have a general response to that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we did categorize that conversation starting on page 3. The developers group categorized customer service as a wide-reaching umbrella that captures a number of things: lack of communication, sometimes too long to respond to inquiries, the inability to be able to apply online, a lot of workload-related complaints that we've been able to address this calendar year with the investments that have been made. There are also aspects that we can't accommodate through this process. So it really depends on the nature of a complaint itself. And I know the management team, when one does come in, they treat it in a way that it's individual from others while still taking note if it does create a pattern. But if a complaint is due to a delay, then we try to find the cause of the delay. If the complaint is based around the application of the Ontario Building Code, well, then that's not something that we're going to apologize for. The Ontario Building Code is 2 5-inch binders of minimum expectations, and sometimes our applicants don't like that they're held to that minimum standard. So it's never going to be perfect, but we've certainly come a long way.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess one thing the report notes is that applications, and again, these numbers are good, and I'm sure the staffing levels are a big part of that, and the application fund assists with that, but is that applications themselves are down just because of where the market is for building. What's our forecast or to maybe avoid some of the delays or when those applications pick up again?
So through the mayor to the councillor, where we're at right now is more of a right sizing of the department to 2023 workloads, and that's why you're seeing the successes that we are. Whereas some of our applications may be a little bit lower in the numbers that are coming in, they are raising in the complexity that they're in. There's nothing easy or simple about infill development or intensification development. Greenfield by its nature is much simpler when you're starting with a blank slate. When you're dealing with aging infrastructure and a more established context, there's a lot more matters to take into consideration. There's also a lot of different commenting agencies that have different perspectives that we need to listen to as well. And sometimes that adds to the delay. So we have the control over the process that's internal to the department. We don't have control over commenting deadlines or delays by provincial ministries or other agencies or the utilities.
Okay, thank you. And then just two specific questions that came up when reading the report. It makes some mention in the sort of the technology, the IT strategy that we have of some specific things. Do we have an implementation date for the GIS system for our official plan, or is that we're going to get an estimate of that at some point in the future? It wasn't really clear in the report.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we're currently working with our IT staff on what their work plan looks like over the next few years. So once we understand where we can do a GIS integration into the city's website to map out applications and such, we'll have a better idea on timing. But right now, we don't have that resource mapped.
Okay, and how long have we had that urban design vacancy?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the urban design vacancy has existed for about 2 years now. We have been posting regularly for it. Unfortunately, we have a mismatch between the job description and the compensation that's being offered.
So are we addressing that? Like, are we increasing the competition? It just seems like a long time for when we only have one of those positions to not have it at all.
I'll look to Ms. Ohoski for that one.
Through the mayor to the councillor, there are instances across the corporation. You'll recall last year and subsequent to that, we are constantly targeting the P50 midpoint. That means the midpoint of what our competitor municipalities are offering. Depending on the employee group, there's strategies across the corporation right now to address those discrepancies. It extends farther than this one position.
So that sounds like, no, we're not upgrading the compensation to try to fill this role. Is that fair to say?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we are looking at these positions across the corporation. I don't want to as I know employees are watching, overpromise and underdeliver, but it is our commitment. Whether that happens in the short term, it depends on the implementation plan for that. But that is our corporate target and something we're working hard to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I just wanted to add, Ms. Kate was talking about commenting agencies and provincial ministries. For Council's knowledge, this is something that OBCM is trying to tackle as well and get the message across that we're being held to very strict timelines when it comes to planning approvals and all the rest of it. But when we're missing those deadlines because provincial agencies feel zero compunction to, get back to us with their comments, it does make things difficult. So I just wanted everybody to be aware that is something that Big City Mayors is trying to impress upon the provincial government, something they should take into account with respect to the regulations that they have. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Kite and KPMG for those presentations. It's great anytime we do anything to improve our development application process and processes in general. I had the same question Councilor Miller had about the urban designers, so that's been answered. I wanted to understand the financial implications. At the end, you say here that the ongoing and implemented actions discussed have been accommodated in the existing budget, but is that through the Streamline Development Fund, or?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the report before you this evening does not recommend nor ask for any financial considerations. The remainder of the work plan that we're working through are more focused on staff deliverables as opposed to needing more draw from the budget. There are a couple of items that are future focused that may require some additional investment, and we would come to council specifically at that time with that ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. In the recommendations, it mentions having open houses, and that there was a council directive or requirement that they be held. Can you explain the rationale? I wasn't here at that point, so I'm just curious because it seems like that's mentioned as possibly delaying or slowing things down. What was the rationale for that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I want to say it was about 3 terms of council ago. So site plan applications under the Planning Act do not have a public process. So I think it was about 3 council terms ago, council had passed a motion asking staff to hold public meetings or public open houses for site plans. And staff had taken that direction from council and obliged. The issue with doing that is it puts the site plan process out of compliance with the legislative requirements of the Planning Act. Now with Bill 109 and Bill 23 being implemented, there's financial penalties if we don't issue a site plan approval within 60 days. So it's no longer possible for us to have that open house and still meet our legislative time frames without penalty. We have from time to time on applications that are site plan applications that are more complex or perhaps not accompanied by other types of applications that have public meetings. We have posted those on the Engage STC page, or we've had online open houses, or a variety of things like that to let neighbors aware of what's happening in their neighborhoods.
Okay. Is that something perhaps that council should be revisiting and removing or dealing with to kind of help speed up the process, so to speak?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we have removed that from the site plan process now in an effort to be compliant with the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. Just a question about, there was a lot of mention of training and staff getting the full training. Does the current staff, is there a training budget for staff? Is it sufficient? Is it something that needs to increase?
Through the mayor to the councillor, staff in planning, building, and bylaw enforcement are all part of professions that require ongoing continuous learning objectives and all have hourly requirements they have to meet every year in order to keep up with their accreditation. So the department does have a training budget that suits this purpose. Some Streamline funds were used, particularly as we were absorbing the fire plans examination and fire plans inspections roll into development. There was additional training to get staff trained up on how to deliver that combined service. So that was allocated to the Streamline fund, as well as some customer service training and others. Perhaps some Bluebeam training, but in general, the department's budget for training is adequate to meet our continuous learning requirements under our various professions.
Okay, thank you. And just everyone will probably know that I'm going to ask questions about communications, because that seemed to be a significant portion of the recommendations, as well as a lot of, or also part of some of the issues that we're having as a city. I'm just curious, what is the process? Like, how do you work with the communications department? Is it just kind of an ad hoc kind of thing, or is there an overall communication strategy that you have, or do you feel you need?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the complaints we typically get around communication, and I'll go back to, say, 2021, 2022 caseloads and the discrepancy with staffing at that time, is that staff caseloads were so much that they were not able to meet their legislative timeframes under the various legislation. So then once applicants who had applied for something and were anticipating feedback within 10 or 15 days and weren't getting it would start to call in and say, well, where's my application? Where's my application? Where's my application? And that eventually causes a balance of, now we have staff being removed from plans review and just returning calls all the time to say, I haven't got to it yet, which then frustrates our applicant. So now that our staffing is better adjusted to our current caseloads, we're now able to have those conversations, but furthermore, we're meeting our requirements, so we're not getting those inquiries. And then secondly to that, through the portal, applicants can now sign in and see their status through the dashboard. So that prevents those types of phone calls as well. So now when we have dialogue with our applicants, it's about problem solving, and it's much more productive use of everybody's time.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask a similar question to what Councillor Miller asked in regards to comparators, and the consultant indicated that we selected the comparators. They definitely were A-listers, huge, and having been in downtown Mississauga not too long ago, I don't know how we can possibly compare St. Catharines to the monolith of buildings on their main street. Could we not have gone to, say, a Kingston or a Guelph or Cambridge or something like that? Or is it strictly because those four cities are the planning departments that everybody should be like?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there's a discussion starting on page 8 of the report about why these comparators were chosen. And specifically, they were chosen to be aspirational. It's a once in a generational opportunity to receive a one-time investment like that, to be able to bring our service delivery enhancements to implementation. So rather than focusing on comparator cities that we've used in the past but aren't necessarily comparators, it's very difficult for the GTA to compare themselves to Kingston or Sault Ste. Marie or North Bay when we have entirely different complexity of applications and types of development. So when you talk to the greater development industry and you ask who's getting it right, and they say Kitchener or Mississauga or Markham, that's time for us to think bigger and brighter and try and implement some of those types of activities and initiatives here. So it's not necessarily about the size of the city or what their population is. It's more about what lessons have they learned and what can we use from that to apply to our city.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the presentation that we saw tonight, and maybe I missed this in the report, are they going to be coming back, or are we going to be coming back with a review, say in a year or two, from the development of community to see if in fact we have improved in the ways that they think we should improve?
Through the mayor to the councillor, in Q1 of the new year, we are setting up another roundtable with the development industry to talk about their usage to date of the Build SDC portal, what parts are working, what parts aren't working, what can we change, because this is still it's very new and it's still very much dynamic and wheels are in motion. So we will continue to have those roundtable discussions with the industry and make changes as needed. As you saw in the presentation, there's still a laundry list of items that we would still like to get to, but those conversations and dialogue with the industry remain ongoing and productive.
Thank you, and I'd hope you'd keep us apprised of how that goes. And I, like the mayor, was very impressed with your presentation as to the improvements you've made so far. And not all is bad, because I was talking with a developer whose company is going to be putting a significant development in town, and in dealing with our planning department, he said you were as good as anybody. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Cathay. I'm just wondering, when I was reading through the report and looking at some of the comparators that we were used to, are we using all the technology to help us be as competitive or streamlined as they are? And I know that we use Amanda, and I'm not technically, an expert or anything for sure, but I noticed that some of them were using ePlan and Bluebeam were a couple of the things. Are we using those types of things as well to help streamline our process?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so of the 4 jurisdictions that we had looked to for best practices, to use Amanda, to use ePlan, but they're the same type of foundational database. We have Amanda because council invested in 2019, 2020 to do the upgrade at that time. So we had that foundational database in place already, so it made sense for us to build from that rather than replace it through this process. And yes, Bluebeam was one of the purchases that we had made through the Streamline Development Fund. Bluebeam is a software application that allows staff to, when they're reviewing plans on the screen, to make markups and comments directly on the drawing and then save it as a PDF that then syncs automatically into our Amanda program. So it's very efficient, and then we can share those comments with our development industry straight through the portal or straight through emailing, rather than having to wait for them to come in and pick up drawings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Yeah, quick comment, Mr. Mayor. The results here, the report has been very productive. It's one of the best reports I've seen in years, and it augurs well for business development, because most cities argue that they're open for business, and with what we're doing now, we are certainly open for business. And when we get results from the streamlining, like we have from this report, it's very impressive, and I'm very appreciative of what staff has done. But also there's communication with the residents, and a lot of the communication is very jargonized. For example, when you see a property posted, it says consent application. When I see consent application, it's almost like a marriage application. And London, Ontario doesn't have consent application. They have application to sever a new lot. And that's the type of language I'd like to see in our communication with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple comments and then a little bit of a question. I know everyone around this horseshoe values and recognize the importance of the land use planning process in terms of building the kind of are creating the kind of city that we want, the kind of urban fabric, putting the right kinds of development in the right locations, and of course, not sprawling out as we've seen in other places where compromises have been made in the province in the last number of years. And to me, the striking thing, and this is the question to the Director of Planning and Building Services. We've gone from 78 files per planner in 2021, just 2 years ago, to 30 today. Does that give us, and this focus seems to be a lot on quantity and working with the development industry, but we're also concerned about quality. Has that allowed us, the planners themselves, to individually give more focus to the files and do a better job at the work that you do?
Through the mayor to the councillor, absolutely. As you saw, we were at completely unsustainable levels a few years ago, whereby staff did not have the time to spend working with an applicant to get to a more desirable outcome. And when they did focus their time on that, all the other applications would then stack up. And that led to the types of complaints that council was hearing around delaying the delay in getting to development approvals. Now that there's a bit of a better balance between staffing and workload, we're able to have those important conversations with our development applicants, but it's happening also where it should be, and that's at pre-submission consultation stage. So by putting a lot more emphasis at that, we're getting the higher quality applications to begin with, which then leads to a quicker turnaround or a quicker decision. And the development industry knows that with this new Bill 109, Bill 23 timeframes, that if they don't deliver on a quality application, it's going to go straight to a denial, which is much more expensive than a delay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Seeing no other questions or comments, I first of all need a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Harris, Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then we have a recommendation on the screen. The council received the report. Councillor Lindell, Councillor Miller. Just trying to get everybody involved tonight. I want to see all our names in the minutes. I believe everybody has had a chance to comment if they wanted to. If there are any additional comments, seeing none, then I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Garcia. Yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Clearly, good news stories are unanimously pleasing to all of us. 9.4, Planning and Building Services. I don't know whether we necessarily need to have a conversation about this one, given its close relation to the last one, but can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Harris, Councillor Townsend. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Unanimously again. All right, we now move on to item 9.5, which is Economic Development and Tourism Services, the 2025 World Junior Girls Golf Championship event. At this time, I'd like to call Doug Getty and Cameron Thin, St. Catharines Golf and Country Club, and Adam Sinell, I got it right the first time. Golf Canada will make a delegation. We do appreciate your budding interest in our asset management plan, our older adult tax increase deferral program, and the Streamline Development Fund, and all of the good things that came from our business optimization process. I was impressed.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Douglas Getty. I'm a director with the St. Catharines Golf and Country Club. I'm joined this evening with Cameron Thin, our golf professional. And on my left is Adam Sinell from Golf Canada, who are the NSO for the sport of golf in this country. And I also have here Thane McKenzie, who a past director of the club, who is going to serve as chair of the host committee for the 2025 World Junior Golf Championship. Next slide. I don't know how many of you are aware, the original St. Catharines Golf and Country Club was on the land that we now call Ridley College, and it was called the Alexandra Club. And in 1899, they bought a chunk of property on Westchester Road, or also bordered on the other side by the old Welland Canal. And next year, 2024, will be the 125th anniversary for that golf club that we now know that sits on Westchester Crescent and no longer bordered by the Welland Canal, but we're now bordered by a 400 series highway. Because it's our special anniversary year, we do have a couple of special events next year. The Ontario Men's Amateur Golf Championship and the Canadian Mixed Curling Championships are both going to be held here in St. Catharines. We're not asking council for any assistance with that. We don't need an arena. We're going to do all of these activities within our club. Next slide. What we are here to talk to you about today is an event in 2025 called the World Junior Girls Golf Championship. The event is for girls who are 18 and under. They come from 25 different countries invited by Golf Canada. They're here for 7 days in St. Catharines from Saturday, September the 13th through to September the 20th. During that week that they're with us, there are 3 days of practicing, junior clinics, coaching clinics, a few events that involve the community, and then the 4 days of competition themselves will be held on our golf course. Next slide, please. Whenever there is a major golf event, there's usually a legacy program attached to it, and the one that we are going to have attached to this event is called the First Tee program. First Tee program began in the United States. It's an enormous activity that involves programs for young people not involved with the golf club but are involved with the community. And we are going to hopefully, with the opportunity we have to raise some money with this event, expand the First Tee program, which we already are running at the St. Catharines Golf and Country Club. We began it 2 years ago. We've already forged a partnership with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Niagara. And we work with the children in the community, not the children of our members, but the children of the community. And we're hoping that through this special event, we'll be able to raise even more money and extend the opportunities that the First Tee program involves. Next slide. The World Junior Golf Championship is a fairly major event. The Golf Canada are contracting for 910 bed nights. In addition to the 3 competitors and their coach, many of the teams bring along additional staff. Some families do come along. Those are over and above the 910 bed nights we're talking about. This event was recently held in Brampton, and 35 NCAA golf coaches attended. And why wouldn't they? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. You've got the absolutely best golfers in the world in one place in 1 week, and why wouldn't you go and do some recruiting? Because it was in Brampton a few weeks ago, we were able to get from them their STEAM analysis, and you can see the hundreds of thousands of dollars that were a direct impact because of the event being run in Brampton, and we would hope that we could do something as good or even better in St. Catharines. Next slide. The community impact here is fairly extensive. We did learn quite a bit by doing the Scotties in 2017 when we dumped 2,500 people out on St. Paul Street looking for dinner on Monday, and of course all the restaurants are closed on Monday. So we've learned from that, and we've already had some conversation with the Downtown Association, because if we bring in young women from 25 different countries, from Asia, North and South America, and most of Europe, they're going to be looking for food they recognize, and I expect there will be a tremendous impact on the cultural restaurants in St. Catharines. Golf is a pretty big activity in this country, and I don't know if you're aware that there are 5.8 million golfers according to Golf Canada. And in Niagara alone, there are 37 golf courses. So we don't see too many problems in getting people involved with this event or in trying to find some volunteers. And we're looking for at least 300 of them. And I think when we turn to the Niagara Golf community, it's not going to be much of a challenge at all to find the people we need to support a program like this. Next slide. The event has a total budget of $250,000. Our intention is to apply to the province through the Ontario Sport Hosting Program for the maximum amount that we are eligible to get, which is $87,500. We are also hoping within our own programming at the club during that weekend through sponsorships that we can raise an additional $25,000 ourselves. And we're here today to ask the city to partner with us with a grant request of $50,000. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about the event or the week.
All right, thank you, Mr. Getty. Are there any questions of the presenters? You did such a fantastic job with your presentation. You've left them speechless and full of information.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Getty et al. Thank you for the presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I'll now look to Mr. York, our Director of Economic Development and Tourism Services, for comments on the report. Mr. York?
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As you saw from the presentation and the subsequent report, that staff are recommending an investment for this international championship to be funded from the MAT Reserve. Hosting an international event like this in partnership with Golf Canada offers the ability to build a stronger relationship, not only with the local golf community, but with Golf Canada. And with that, we could potentially welcome larger tour events to St. Catharines. I'll open the floor to questions.
Almost positive that's my job, but thank you. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. is this our first thing we'd potentially be funding through that MAD fund?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no. 2 weeks ago, you funded the World Rowing Championships, a portion of it, from the same MAT Reserve. So this is the city side of the MAT Reserve that council has council has the authority to invest in events.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's right. I was indisposed, I think, during that meeting. I'm supportive of this, but I'm just noticing, like, this event, we're talking about 100 participants, let's say, and ideally people coming to watch as well. And you can have junior hockey tournaments that have 4 times that number. I'm just curious, like, what's our policy around how we decide what's worthy of funding and maybe what isn't?
Sure. Through the mayor to the councillor, staff's opinion that this international event will certainly draw a few more spectators and visitors from abroad, larger than the average hockey tournament that's local. To compensate the local effort, we do have an amateur youth sport tourism grant that local organizers can apply to. And with the introduction of Tourism St. Catharines, Inc., so that new DMO organization that holds on to the other side of the MAT collection, staff will be bringing forward a report recommending a policy around these future opportunities. At present, though, we need to make a decision on the one that's before us this evening, and as such, staff have written a recommendation in support.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the municipal accommodation tax, we started asking for it at 2%, and then it is to go up 1% a year until it gets to 4%. When does it go up to 3 this year? Or is it...
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, indeed. As of January 1st, it increases to 3%, and then in 2025, it'll go to the full 4%.
So there'll be lots there to cover the, if we approve of the 50,000, there'll be lots there to cover it. One question I didn't ask, and I guess I could direct this to Mr. Getty. When the event happens, as far as spectators are concerned, how much does it cost, or is there a fee to watch the golfers play every day, or is it free to watch?
The answer is it's free.
Can we open up Councillor Phillips? Old habits die hard.
Yeah, sorry, that's even better. Free event for the golf community. That's very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Any other questions or comments? I will just echo the comments, very broadly supportive, and kudos to the folks at St. Catharines Golf and Country Club for bringing this forward. They've been at the forefront of a couple of our sports tourism efforts over the last couple of years, and it's sincerely appreciated. With that, I need a mover and a seconder for the motion. I'm going to go with Councillor Phillips because he's the only curler that I'm aware of in the crowd. And then a seconder. Sorry, good golfer. So, yeah, no, I was thinking curling. I made the comment about Mr. Getty, and I was thinking about the Scotties and a whole bunch of other things. And you know what? I'm going with Councillor Phillips anyways, because he's nice to me and he didn't yell at me. I'm going to go with Councillor Dodge as the seconder because she pointed out my error. Yeah. Or the Briar. I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips?
For sure. Thank you.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And you know what? I went with Councillor Phillips because he referred to it properly as the municipal accommodation tax as opposed to using the ridiculous acronym that we don't speak of. So thank you. I'll move on to item 9.6, which is financial management services in the social procurement pilot program. Before discussing the report, I will look to Richie Chung, capital planning supervisor, Alex Riddell, purchasing agent, and Bart Menage, Niagara Region Director of Procurement and Strategic Acquisitions, to provide a presentation. Mr. Menage, welcome. You learned so much about the things we're doing down here at the city this evening. You're very welcome. Mr. Chung.
Citizens and senior staff, before you tonight is an update on the social procurement initiative. To give context on our journey here, in February 2022, Council passed a motion to give direction to staff to consult and work with experts on the possibility of increasing the use of social procurement within the city's existing procurement policies. There was also something brought forward by the city's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, and as a result of the motion, a working group was created to start this journey to lay out a project plan and share some initial research and findings. So I'll now pass it off to Shannon McHugh, Manager of DEI, to help us define the social side of social procurement.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Richie. So to begin this evening, we need to define what social procurement is and sort of to understand the scope of this initiative. I do want to preface this conversation by saying that I am not an expert in procurement. So this has been quite a learning curve for me as well, but thought it was important to attend today to sort of root this initiative in our DEI commitment here at the city. What I've quickly come to learn, and to quote our colleague at the region, Bart, who joins us this evening, the social procurement journey is not straightforward or linear. It's rather quite complex and dependent on a whole host of factors. So both the region and the City of Toronto have adopted the following definition of social procurement: the achievement of strategic, social, economic, and workforce goals using the organization's purchasing process. So the context of the city, it would be council's strategic priorities that would guide the implementation of a social procurement policy or process. So there are three sort of pillars that our internal social procurement working group identified as consistent with the city's goals that we saw sort of pop up at other municipalities or organizations who are implementing this type of work. It's important to note, of course, that these pillars are not set in stone. They can be changed, removed, revised, depending on the focus of the city and of council. So first, this social component. So this is perhaps the pillar most relevant to the work that I do on a day-to-day, and is focused on access and availability, understanding that many different entities may experience barriers, and looking for ways to remove those barriers, specifically for our equity-deserving groups. So this would include folks like Indigenous peoples, racial minorities, persons with disabilities, newcomers, members of 2S LGBTQ+ communities, as examples. So we know these groups often face additional barriers, including in procurement processes. So how can we ensure better access and opportunity for those folks? So what's important to understand here, and my colleagues will go into more depth about this, but social procurement at the city, if we get to that point, if we get that far, would remain open, fair, competitive, transparent, and would not provide necessarily an unfair advantage to a particular vendor over another. So this social pillar leads us into the concept of ethical practices. So this one really may be sort of entrenched in our current policies and practices, but nonetheless it's important to mention here. And it really looks to the aim of making sure our suppliers and vendors are good social actors, right? We want them to be committed to moral practices. And it may seem obvious to state this, but some examples would be that they adhere to, applicable legislation like labor and human rights laws. The third pillar that we've identified as relevant is environmental. So focused on sustainability, the city's ecosystem, waste management, and the like. So as I kind of alluded with the ethical principles, some of these concepts or principles are already part of our existing practices, right? For example, environmental considerations are built within the scope of work for our construction projects. But nonetheless, we felt it was important to include them here so we can turn our mind to consciously entrenching these sort of pillars and principles into a future social procurement policy if that's council's ultimate direction. I think it's also important to note that social procurement is in line with Council's relatively recent commitment of April 2023 that diversity, equity, and inclusion would inform the work, recommendations, and decision-making of Council, city staff, volunteers, and the like. So those sort of a broad overview of what we mean when we say social procurement, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues to walk us through a little bit in more detail.
Thanks, Shannon. So this next slide is highlights the pillars of our existing procurement bylaw. Our existing bylaw is textbook, and it's focused on the best practices from a process perspective. The first is related to strategic sourcing of looking for highest value and lowest price. This is the main focus of all procurement and purchasing departments across all organizations, not just the city. The second is related to contract management. This is making sure we understand expiry dates, what our obligations are to the vendor, and what their obligations are to us, and what all the fine print is. The third is risk management. That's validating insurance, WSIB, reference checks. And the last is adherence to legislation from the province, the federal government, and the various trade agreements that we are part of. So in terms of how social procurement may impact us, the first is with regards to strategic sourcing, as we may no longer be the lowest price as what we would define as what we value within an organization. It's no longer just the economic value that's defined within the scope of the project, but the derivative value or the derivative social values that are driven from that purchase. And the second that may impact our existing procurement bylaw is adherence to legislation, as we need to avoid perceived unfairness and what would be seen as discrimination. We need to make sure that what our policy gets brought forward, that they're still in alignment with all of procurement legislation, such as the Competitions Act and the various trade agreements. So if we go to the next slide. So to solve these potential issues, for pricing impact, we would want to start with lower dollar purchases. For example, a threshold could be set for a certain dollar threshold of a purchase where the purchase needs to obtain a quote from a diverse supplier to be included for consideration. This is a practice we saw that was incorporated at another municipality. This threshold could be set as part of the policy development and what we learn as part of the pilot process. And with regards to perceived unfairness or discrimination, we need to be transparent with drafting the policy, having a rigid process of the procedure, training and good communications to both internal and external parties. Next slide. So with that being said, this is our project plan. So we're halfway through phase 1 at this point. So we've been researching and speaking with interested and affected parties, including the region as directed by City Council. And there's 2 goals that we would like to accomplish to conclude phase 1. The first is to begin an intermunicipal working group. We've had preliminary discussions with the Niagara Public Purchasing Committee. So this is a committee of the 13 municipalities in the Niagara region, educational institutions, and some not-for-profits. And there was a positive response from our peers. The second goal of phase 1 is to request budget to join supplier certification memberships, which will have a financial implication. These supplier certification memberships, which will help us get into the next slide, will be critical for us to validate who is a diverse supplier and also help us make contacts in this space. Phase 2 is focused on understanding the data that we will get and also the training materials that they'll have to provide for us as we join these diverse supplier memberships and start to develop a social procurement policy. Phase 3 concludes with the approval of the policy with full rollout, training, and communication. I'll now pass it off to Alex Riddell, purchasing agent at the city, to discuss financial implications and initial findings.
Thank you, Richie, and good evening. As Richie mentioned, we're really in the beginning phases of social procurement. At this stage of the game, it's really a matter of learning and listening to outside organizations. We are not today asking for additional staff for this initiative, but we are asking for support in joining several organizations that have already started the process of vetting various companies who are Aboriginal businesses, female-owned business. By joining this with these organizations, it gives us visibility to them, and it also gives us access to their lists of vetted organizations, so we can get more information quicker than we would otherwise. So as I mentioned, we're not asking for additional staffing at this point, but it might be something we might want to look at in the future as the program gains momentum. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bart Menage.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here before you, talking about this important initiative. It's one that I actually recently brought a report to Regional Council back in June of this year. So I'm passionate about it. I see great value in it. I think there's a tremendous future in social procurement, but I also, much has been said, but I also believe that a methodical approach to implementation is critical to ensuring a successful implementation. So I don't think this is anything that you want to hastily implement, but what I am here to sort of speak to, I guess, is just my unwavering commitment to join in the sort of intermunicipal group along with my colleagues here in St. Catharines to sort of look at opportunities to share resources, collaborate, identify best practices, you know, in lieu of sort of FTEs, if you will, find ways to make this a success for us, for not only the region, but for St. Catharines and for any other municipality who may wish to join us as we embark on this important initiative. So that's why I'm here today, really. And with that said, I'm, you know, happy to pass it back to Alex. And I grabbed my phone here to speak to it, and I didn't read it at all. So, but anyways, you know, Mayor Cisco knows that.
Thank you, Mr. Menage. Similar to Ms. Reed earlier, who explains things to people like me when we don't understand what we're talking about. At the region, Mr. Menage is one of the people that explains things to me when I clearly don't understand what I'm talking about. So.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to recap our plan. Basically, as Richie mentioned, we really want to start small. We're kind of in the learning phase. During this process, we want to make sure that we're transparent, we're communicating with our various stakeholders, and also that we're learning from them. And there's going to be a lot of communication required both in city staff and also with our vendors, and some training. So it's going to be a very important collaborative process. And speaking of collaboration, the opportunity for the City of St. Catharines to work with Niagara Region and other municipalities in the Niagara area to kind of share resources and share information, I think is going to be a very valuable part of this process. So that is initially our plan. I guess I'll open it up to any questions.
So I am going to actually ask if we can hold the questions for right now, because I know staff, we have seating assigned for staff to be able to hold. We do have a presenter, and I do want to allow the presenter to speak to this first, and then questions can be asked. So if I could just ask for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Ratzlaff, Councillor Williamson, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried, and we'll hold the questions for our staff till after we've heard from the presenter. At this time, we'll now hear a delegation from Martha Tatarnik. Mr. Tarnik, the lectern is yours.
My name is Martha Tatarnik. I'm here on behalf of Niagara Community Benefits Network and as the lead priest at St. George's Anglican Church in downtown St. Catharines. I'm speaking in favor of the city's adopting the recommended social procurement pilot program and phased-in project plan. I can say that in my work in downtown St. Catharines, I see how our whole city is strengthened when small, local, and diverse businesses are given opportunity to flourish. I see too how poverty affects all of us. We all benefit when more people in our community can do well. And we all pay the cost when people can't pay the bills or find employment. Furthermore, we're all experiencing in a pretty visceral way the effects of climate change. More than 200 medical journals are calling on the World Health Organization to deem climate change as a global health emergency while warning of the potential for catastrophic harm to human health. There is a deferred cost to failing to care for our planet. In my work with Niagara Community Benefits Network, we believe that a healthy and prosperous city can only be possible when all people have access to affordable housing, food security, environmental sustainability, health and mental health care, and meaningful opportunity to contribute. CBNs, Community Benefit Networks, exist to unite our citizens and our community-based organizations from both business and nonprofits so that together we can make sure that good opportunities for our community are good opportunities for everyone. We can see our collective purchasing dollars as representing the opportunity to invest in ways that benefit us all, like investing locally and expanding the opportunities for more and diverse businesses to thrive. And we can be more clear about the hidden costs to a bottom line that doesn't take into account things like environmental sustainability or paying a living wage. The great news is that our city of St. Catharines does have significant purchasing power, and the even better news is that progressive cities all across Canada have already adopted social procurement policies. They have seen that a commitment to assessing potential contracts based on a company's social commitment, among other factors, not only increases prosperity, there is also no visible effect on the traditional bottom line. So St. Catharines can continue to work with the Niagara region, with other interested Niagara municipalities, in order to advance a tailor-made policy for our needs and priorities here. And the city can then be leaders in setting the path for businesses in our community and other cities in our region to take on their own social procurement policies. We can see how good works can have a tremendous ripple effect. The Niagara Community Benefits Network is committed to working alongside our city and seeing this report on social procurement become a reality. We have already, as an organization, worked with Canada Summer Games and with the Niagara Regional Council in helping them adopt social procurement policies. When opportunity is expanded to include more people, when prosperity is shared more widely, when meaningful steps are taken to care for our environment and to give people a legitimate path out of poverty, then our collective dollars are being used in ways that are responsible now, that invest in the future, and that work toward building healthy, sustainable, and prosperous community for generations to come.
Thank you, Ms. Tatarnik. Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, we appreciate the presentation this evening. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Garcia, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. So at this time, can I have a mover and a seconder to put the report recommendation on the floor? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Williamson. So that is now on the floor, and if there are any speakers who wish to either ask questions of staff or speak to the motion, now is the time. Councillor Williamson, you are first up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to see the environmental sustainability aspect of this being included in social procurement, and notice that Reverend Martha mentioned it a couple times in her comments. But in the list of organizations that in this report, we're looking for money to join them. I don't know that any of them were necessarily environmental organizations. And I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot here, but if we're going to include it as one of our goals, I think we're going to have to include some environmental organizations, and maybe we don't need to pay memberships to consult with them, but have them involved. So I don't know if anyone wants to take that as a question, or just as a suggestion that we're going to have to, that if we're going to do this right, we're going to have to include criteria that includes environmental sustainability as well.
I believe our capital planning supervisor can answer that question. I appreciate the nameplates in front. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, that's something that staff can definitely take away. As I said, we're still in the initial phases of doing some research and all that. And so those memberships that we recommended here today were some of the initial ones that we saw that were adopted from other municipalities. But we can definitely, if that's the will of council, that we can definitely include the environmental aspect of it into it as well. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wonder if we just get some, just some clarification, just to get my head around this. When I think of procurement, I think of, when we hire on a contractor, we hire on a contractor based on their experience, the quality of work they do, and basically, their public reputation. That's important for us. But for me, it seems like this is now we're kind of replacing and adding this layer of you will only get this procurement or this RFP depending on what your, the people who work for you, what their race are, their sexual orientation, religious affiliation. I'm just wondering if I can just get some understanding of this from staff.
I'm happy to speak to this.
The manager of DEI.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. So, and I do, again, want to preface, I'm not a social procurement expert, but I can speak to it a little bit and then turn it over to my colleagues. But so part of social procurement can be what we've loosely referred to in the report as a diverse supplier policy. So we would be looking to expand sort of the pool, if you will, or the groups of diverse suppliers that, we would be including perhaps by invitation or reaching out to in the procurement policy. But I want to be clear that that's one small component, this diverse supplier piece of social procurement. There are many other facets. So it's not just looking at these sort of social factors such as race, disability, sexuality, et cetera, but it's other strategic social goals. So what those goals are, we've yet to sort of outline, and I apologize if I'm talking a little bit in circles, but I just want to be clear that that diverse supplier piece is one very small piece of a wider puzzle, and those other sort of goals would account for, I think, what the councillor is referring to a certain extent. Does that help?
Thank you for that. I guess through the chair, for me, it looks like it's a big part of it. Which is great, but I guess my concern is if we have great contractors who are applying, this would now kind of put them at, if I see it, they would be expected to have 51% of their workforce be either women, Indigenous people, racial minorities, and this is all great stuff. But my question is what if there is an excellent contractor that has an excellent reputation within the city that doesn't meet that requirement? What does that mean for their, them applying to an RFP?
Mr. Chung?
Through the chair. So with the implementation of social procurement, the idea is just to include that as an additional factor. So all the other factors that you've identified would play into our evaluation criteria. And so, whether they have a good reputation, they've done good work for the city, they're able to meet the technical aspects of the of the project or whatever the scope of work is. That's all factored into play. The introduction of a social procurement policy may, depending on how the policy is written, may have a component of that where social factors are included within the evaluation criteria.
Thank you, Chair. And again, the way I'm understanding it is that it may, but the way it's worded here is that basically anyone who is applying for any of the RFPs brought forward in the city needs to have a workforce of at least 51% of, you know, that group to meet the requirement to apply. Would that just, my question through you, Chair, to the staff is like, would that not allow them now to apply or to apply to an RFP? I'm not getting real clear answers here.
Bart? Mr. Minaj?
No, that's fine. Bart's fine too. Through the chair to the councillor, maybe I can help you here. The concept of a certified diverse supplier is one who is either solely owned by whatever that diverse underrepresented group is by a means of 51%. So that's what they classify a certified diverse supplier as being. The other aspect of social procurement, which was alluded to earlier in some earlier responses, actually is around community benefit agreements. And what those are, those form part of an RFP process, much like Richie has said here, like those form a part of an RFP process where they are evaluated unto themselves in addition to the other evaluated criteria. So it's not that the contractor would need to carry 51% of this social value component. It's just that they would have to, in their proposal for the work that is to be done, propose a social value addition in addition to the other technical requirements that would be evaluated. It wouldn't be, it's not a 51% weighting, if you will. It could be 10%, it could be 5%. It wouldn't preclude anyone from bidding on the procurement. It would just be an evaluated criteria that would identify who the highest scoring proponent was in response to that RFP.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and I'm just, as I read it though, it's like, yeah, so 51% of the business has to be owned by an underrepresented group, which is great, but my concern here is if, you know, we have contractors who are doing work, who get the job done on time, on budget, it concerns me when you're adding this extra layer in, which I guess it's great, but the other thing too is we don't want to eliminate those those companies that are doing a lot of great work in the city itself. So that's my thought on this. Thanks.
And just to clarify, I think Mr. Minaj said it, but we wouldn't be eliminating anybody on this. This would simply be an additional piece of weighting. That's correct. So I think that's an important piece that I want to make sure people are aware of. We wouldn't be eliminating anybody from the procurement process based on the social procurement policy. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just have two questions. Social procurement, I think, aims to leverage the city's purchasing power for the benefit of the community. And I think, importantly, it has the potential to create more higher quality jobs. And this is something Councillor Garcia pointed out in his original motion. I think he did a good job. And so I think it's really great that, first question has to do with that purchasing power. And I think it's great that we're doing this with Niagara Region because that increases our purchasing power, right? The city has a massive purchasing power, and when we combine with the region, it's even bigger because theirs is much bigger than the cities. And so we have a bigger impact. When they did this in Toronto, they created a working group, much like the one that's being proposed here for the intermunicipality work group called Anchor TO. The one thing that it did that a little bit differently than what's being proposed is it included other what they called anchor institutions, so universities or other groups like here in Niagara, you look at Brock and Niagara College. And this, again, increases the purchasing power, so we can leverage that to find community benefits in the way that we spend our money. And so I'm just wondering, is this something that's being considered, or is this something that you've come across? It's kind of the first question. Just expanding the intermunicipal working group to include other institutions beyond government.
Yep, through the chair, that's our conversation exactly that we had with the Niagara Purchasing Committee. So there are not-for-profits, educational institutions, and yeah.
No, that's great. My second question concerns more and higher quality jobs and how we're gonna track that, or our metrics around it. So I think labor plays an important role. There's an important stakeholder to engage to ask this question, and like perhaps they could be part of that working group. And I mention this because the metrics around diverse suppliers is great. I mean, there are some concerns. We've heard them from Councillor Townsend and Councillor Williamson. We're talking about engaging suppliers and owners of businesses, but I think there also needs to be an emphasis, maybe there is already an emphasis on engaging diverse working groups. If this is already something that's being emphasized, I think that's great. Again, Councillor Garcia's motion makes this point by stressing the potential social procurement has in building a local economy, an economy where wealth is generated here and stays here. We can leverage our purchasing power to make that happen. And I guess it would be a good start to think about these metrics and how we'd measure things beyond engaging diverse suppliers. You know, things like encouraging local skill training when we're building, when the province comes and expands our highway, for example, or when we build our active transportation master plan. Encouraging worker and community-owned enterprises, living wage employees. I saw that was already on there. And I think labor would be a key stakeholder to consult. So we can better understand, like who better to ask than workers to understand if this policy is creating more jobs that are higher quality jobs and are engaging a more diverse workforce. So I'm just wondering, could one of these phases begin thinking about what metrics would be used? Like, I know social procurement is new, not a lot of municipalities are doing it. But I just think that this is a really important component of social procurement, and it taps into the potential it has to strengthen our local economy and engage a diverse set of workers. So is that metric something that's going to be discussed? Could it be something that's discussed at one of the phases?
Through the chair, yep, that's certainly something we can discuss, especially after we set up the intermunicipal working group, and then we can kind of from there figure out what our KPIs are and what measurements we want to kind of measure us against.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what staff member to address this, so I was under the impression, hearing council of previous, that in certain areas we already partner with other municipalities and the region themselves for goods and services in the area. Is that not correct?
I can answer that. Yes, we are. We do have joint procurement in different areas.
We have that already in place, so that's good. And I would think, or I would hope, that the city would already purchase goods and services from whoever offers our best value, regardless of their diversity, because it's tax dollars that we're spending, and we want the best bang for our buck in anything we do. And I have a problem with joining and paying. Like, we're going to pay to join these places so we can buy from them. I have a problem with that. I think there's enough organizations and out there and stuff that we can buy products and services from people without actually having to pay them to get their quotes into us, but I mean, I could be wrong. One thing that was listed in there, it says this is to adhere to legislation needed to avoid perceived unfairness or I'm flustered now, sorry. I lost the word.
Demonstrable?
No,
Demonstrate?
Demonstration.
Demonstrate fairness.
Yeah.
Don't discriminate.
Discrimination. I lost that word. Sorry. Anyways, sorry about that. And in some aspects, I think this would actually is going to perceive some Jesus, Murphy. Sorry. Because other people, like usually the bottom line is that we're going for the best bang for our dollar. So just because, yeah, I'm kind of on with Mr. Townsend here, Councillor Townsend, that I don't see the value of actually saying that we're going to do this when back in April it was said that we passed that we would be more diverse city and council. So to add this other layer, I personally don't see the benefit to it, so I'm sorry. Someone can explain.
No, appreciate that, Councillor Stevens. Mr. Chung, did you want to add any context to some of the comments? I will just, before you jump in, I will say the direction for this came in 2022. So the direction for this wasn't related to the motion that we had passed earlier this year. It's in line with the motion we passed, but the direction from this actually came at the beginning of last year. So the previous term of council set this on the path. Mr. Chung?
Yeah, through the chair. I can definitely start, and then I'll pass off to Shannon if she has anything to add. So with regards to the supplier certification, so they provide a listing of vendors that are already been vetted to being a diverse supplier. So we wouldn't by being on that list, it does not necessarily mean that we have to buy from them. They'll still have to go through a competitive process. They still have to prove their, being able to bring value to the city in terms of what we're looking for, being able to fulfill the technical aspects of the work, the project scope, those type of items. So just having the supplier certification, what that enables us to do is be able to have that outreach and the training materials and the ability to break down any barriers that may exist with regards to reaching out to these potential vendors. So it'll actually increase the vendor pool that could potentially bid on a potential project at the city.
Can we open Councillor Stevens' mic just to, thank you.
Sorry, it was discrimination. It was a word I just couldn't get out there earlier, so I apologize for that, sorry.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I will go on to Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad there is clarification of the City of St. Catharines combining with other levels of government when we come to procurement. We agreed to do that years ago, and it's been very effective, and I don't see how this would improve our procurement policy. Now, the question I have is, has the Chamber of Commerce been consulted? And we've got some very successful business people in this community who do work outside the city. Have they been consulted?
Through the chair, they have not been consulted yet with, but we can definitely reach out to them.
Well, I find it somewhat disturbing that we have the business sector not being consulted. But tonight, we had a report from planning on streamlining, and we all agreed that was a very effective report, that report would augur well for business development in this community. And now we have a report when was introduced, the word was used, it's not a straightforward proposal, and it's very complex. And that's why I'm not in favor of this report. It's too complex, it's not straightforward, and what we need is to streamline our procedures. We've elected here to conduct the business of the community. And we've done that very well with our procurement. We look at the highest value and the lowest price. And that should be our criteria. If you're in the private sector, you do that. And I think if you're in the non-private sector, you should also do that. Look at the quality you're getting and the price. And I would suggest by improving the staff report tonight, we're opening a can of worms in our procurement policy. I'm not in favor of it. It'll be more costly to the corporation. We've been talking about how we have to control taxes. The region is talking about controlling taxes, and I can't imagine them coming forward with this policy because it's a new approach doesn't make it better. And we've seen that with the automatic washroom, the self-cleaning washroom, very new, very progressive, but very ineffective. And that's a concern I have with the recommendation tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In all the years that I've been on council, we've always been, I feel, pleased with our city procurement process. It's worked favorably, and I think they've done a good job. With that, and I'm going to maybe not pronounce your last name, is it Verducci?
McHugh.
McHugh? Oh, it wasn't even close, sorry. Anyways, I didn't hear the mayor properly. In your presentation, your presentation indicated that there were barriers that underrepresented groups had experienced in traditional procurement processes. What type of barriers have they undergone?
Through the chair to the councillor, one sort of maybe clear example I can think of is with respect to the newcomer community. So major language barriers in our procurement policies, for example, they may need some guidance through interpretation or translation services to be able to fully understand and be available to bid, as an example.
So simply to improve that, we would provide a translator during that negotiation or discussion period with our staff. That would be a simple
Through the
solve.
chair to the councillor, yes, I suppose that could be a viable solution, but I think there are more grave systemic barriers that we're looking to sort of tackle here. And I do want to be clear that, you know, vendors would still have to demonstrate that they can provide the goods or the services at the right price, right? So we're not straying too far, or far at all for that matter, from traditional procurement practices. We would still be adhering to those core fundamental values of procurement.
Okay. And with your presentation under the ethical component, it said that the role of this is to ensure that suppliers and vendors adhere to moral practices and basically legal policy. I'm sure that our departments, when they're giving out contracts, they're not going to give contracts out. They're going to do their due diligence and ensure that moral practices and legal policy have not been a concern to any company that we would give a contract to. Correct, CAO?
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's correct. We go through in all of our procurement, a very comprehensive review of all proponents. This is simply adding a criteria that would be evaluated if council approved.
Do you feel we need that criteria added?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was a request of council, and it went through our committee, so we're bringing it forward for council. So as part of our DI portfolio, it's something that we want to bring in front of council for review.
Thank you. To Mr. Minaj, you mentioned about communities in Niagara sharing resources, which I think is a great idea. But then we talk about having to spend $14,000 a year, $14,000 plus a year in joining these various groups. They're going to provide information for us. Would it not be possible simply for the region to gain that membership? And if we want to share resources, then the region share those resources with the various municipalities that are going to partake in this. Would that not be possible?
Well, as I said before you through the chair, I'd probably be amenable to that. I don't know that my commissioner or treasurer at the region would be, but I'm just kidding, sorry.
He's an easy touch, don't worry about it, I got this.
Okay. No, it's a good question, in all fairness, sorry, apologies, I didn't mean to be flippant, but I think one of the things that were highlighted in the presentation, one of the things I commented on was the opportunity to look at synergies and opportunities, and I think that would be one of them. So I can't commit, obviously, at this point in time to that, because I recognize that while there might be similarities between the City of St. Catharines supply chain database and the region's database, I can tell you the region has 6,500 vendors registered on their website. So, you know, having the ability to vet those vendors and with a certified not-for-profit agency and validate their legitimacy as a underrepresented group is critical for us because that validates the analytics that we might generate in terms of reporting down the road, you know, so you want to bring some legitimacy to that. So I think, and the other thing is these agencies not only, it's not a fee that, it's a fee that we pay to access their database, but more importantly, it's a service that they provide to their member constituents that bring value to them. You know, through the process of certification, they have opportunities to compete not only for regional contracts, but for other contracts as well from other public sector agencies that are looking for doing business with certified diverse agencies. So I think there's a lot of discussion that would need to happen, and that was really the premise of my comment earlier, was looking at that as an opportunity to maybe look at ways to collaborate and cost share and look for those synergies that we could, you know, take advantage of as we're both running through this process of implementation. If so approved tonight, then, you know, together, right?
Do you know if the businesses who are listed under these organizations, do they have to pay a membership fee also?
If I heard the question right through the chair, do the businesses need to pay a membership? I believe they do, yeah. In exchange for that, they are afforded, obviously, access to training and information and a database of potential businesses that they can do with, like, business with, if you will. So it's kind of a reciprocal arrangement in exchange for their membership.
But if we put out an RFP, they still have the access to that RFP, like any other business, right? As it stands now. Anyways, as far as procurement is concerned, I agree with my colleagues that price, quality of workmanship, and the ability to get the job done on time is first and foremost in our mind for all residents of St. Catharines, and it should be equal to all businesses based on the same criteria. Unless, if there is a tie or if prices are close, the whole model is close, at which time, I guess, if there's criteria that's based on social policy, then that could be administered for procurement. I'm not sure that there's a purpose of paying organizations to provide names of businesses that qualify to RFPs because the public, everybody in the public sector has the same ability to apply. And that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Just status, sorry, question at the region. This passed corporate services, and that's as far as it's gone right now. Is that correct? Like, is it still going to regional council at some point?
Mr. Minaj, it was brought as part of the minutes from corporate services and was passed by council, right, to continue the process?
Through the chair, that's correct, yeah.
So they're continuing on.
Yes.
And if we pass this tonight, what does that commit us to?
Continuing the process.
And that would include the KPIs and the various
to building the criteria and everything else. Mr. Chung?
Yeah, so that's as part of our project plan. So by approving this tonight, we'll continue with working with the region in this intermunicipal working group, which will include the KPIs and also further research into social procurement so that we can start drafting a social procurement policy to bring back to council for approval.
Okay, yeah, and I think the key thing here is that element of being strategic. I think in terms of bang for our buck, when we are only looking at the dollar value of things, I don't think we have any idea if we're getting bang for our buck, if this is actually benefiting the community that we are the leaders of. And I can think of in old ways, way of doing things when the Niagara region had to rebuild the Burgoyne Bridge, and they used their existing procurement policy, and that was a significant disaster using a company that wasn't from around here, really had nothing to do with this community. I'm not actually sure where the comments about the washroom that we put up come from. It seems kind of bizarre having actually represent people who use it and no longer have to suffer the indignity of going to the bathroom outside. That's been a huge success and is $400,000. The regional bridge, I think, ended up being about a $100 million disaster. So in terms of doing things and just looking at dollar value, I I think we're going to get in trouble. I think this is an idea to be smarter about how we're spending our money, to seeing those benefits spread out, not just looking at who can do the job for the least amount of money, and really building up our community, looking at local vendors, looking at those who are doing things ethically. And this whole question about diversity, I mean, 51% ownership, that group included women, which are about 50% of our population. Any sort of just society or community should be at 50% naturally before you even get into racialized people and Indigenous people. So that seems like a pretty low bar. And I think that speaks to the leadership that we have to show to encourage diversity and to encourage equity. I mean, we have a financial system that's built to be unfair, and this is our one way that we can go to rectify that. I think we should encourage staff to continue the work on this, come back with the KPIs, come back with the details. If councillors, if the colleagues still don't see the value of it then we can vote it down then. But I think pulling the plug at this point would be deeply short-sighted on something that could really have a transformative, positive effect for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not really any questions, it's more comments. As someone who owns a business that is woman-owned, as a member of the LGBT community, I'm really excited by this policy. When it comes to disadvantage or the realities of how business works, do I lose out on contracts because I'm a woman? Yes. Do I get the same opportunities as male-owned companies? No. That's a fact. Do I lose out on jobs and contracts because I'm a member of the LGBT community? Yes. Do I know that? Yes. There is a disadvantage when you don't see yourself represented, or your values, or that you are considered worthy of being a part of a community. This idea that, it's going to make procurement more difficult. There are companies around the world. I'm working with a client right now, and he is now, one of the things that we're working with him on is he is required to meet social elements when it comes to the contracts that he is allowed to bid on with worldwide companies. These are worldwide companies that are saying, we want to know that you have the same values, that you share the same values that we have. This is not something groundbreaking or earth-shattering. It's something that many, many companies around the Niagara region are embracing and are doing. And it's not just about who we do business with, it's also who wants to work for us. The upcoming generations overwhelmingly want to work for companies that share their values. This is one way to demonstrate that we have certain values and we have certain beliefs. Councillor Kushner mentioned the GNCC, the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. The GNCC has been working on social procurement and has a whole entire section on their website, and I've worked with the GNCC many times, and they provide regular sessions for companies and organizations on how to embrace social procurement that includes diversity, that includes equity, that includes environment. This is not something new. There are thousands of companies around the world. One of our most successful companies in Niagara, Penn Financial, is a certified B member, and that is a company, they've gone through rigorous testing, and when you, even as an individual going to work with Penn Financial, there is an understanding and I may not say a requirement, but there certainly is, they look to work with diverse people because they want to make their community better. That's what I see this policy and this foray into social procurement, what it does. When it comes to joining the memberships, I'm actually in the process of joining the LGBT Chamber of Commerce right now. And I'm a member of the GNCC, I'm a member of various, or the OCC, the CCC. Like, you join these organizations not just to get, information about companies. You also join so that you can grow your education, that you can grow your understanding of what does social procurement mean? How do we implement it? I think, $14,000 for a year-long membership is not an outrageous amount. I just think that we need to understand that we're not limiting, people, but we're asking that as a city, we just went through a strategic planning refresh, and we looked at our vision, we looked at our values. So if we have these values, then putting them into who we do business with and who we work with to me is a logical step. I would urge you to support it. It's not something new. It's being done around the world, and it's being done with multi-billion-dollar corporations. So, and as my understanding from my client who's going through this process right now, he's happy to do it because he wants to work with people who also share his values. So that there's lots of layers to it. And I think more and more companies, as management and ownership of companies changes and it goes down to the next generation or the next couple of generations, you're gonna find businesses and organizations who don't want to do business with corporations that don't have a social procurement policy or don't share their values. So I just urge everybody to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris. Can we open up Councillor Harris's mic?
Who's him? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. Do we not, or do you as a group with all the other CAOs not meet regularly to talk about procurement and how you can work together and achieve some savings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we meet regularly as CAOs on a variety of shared services. There's also a local procurement group that deals with that as well.
And who would ask the question about the local procurement group? Here? You? Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Capital Planning Supervisor. So when you meet, do you discuss it as a group, how you could actually pool all your resources and get the best value for our money?
Through the chair, yeah, that is discussed among other topics that are brought up. But yes, we look to kind of pool our purchasing power together when we're looking for piggybacking opportunities, where we're having like joint projects that are being procured out from the open market. So yes.
Okay. So I guess my next question, Mr. Mayor, to the director, I don't have glasses, the Director of Financial Management Services. I think you said something.
Mr. Minaj, that's not his title.
Well, whatever.
We have not
Sure.
gotten rid of Ms. Douglas
Mr. Minaj.
yet.
I think you said the region has 6,500 qualified vendors. Is that what you said? 6,500 that you vetted?
I'm sorry, sorry.
I think you said maybe about 20 minutes ago that the region has 65 vetted vendors.
Yeah, through the chair, we have
65.
There are 6,500 registered vendors on the Niagara Region PeopleSoft system.
Now, since you're the region and all the municipalities are members of the region, do you not share that information, or could you not just vet the?
Oh, no, the information could definitely be readily shared, and I think through the chair, like I think what my vision here is obviously concurrently running through this implementation program with the city of St. Catharines, if so approved, you know, and looking for those opportunities where we can actually collaboratively share information, and that could be anything from, you know, our vendor lists, who we do business with. It's quite likely that we have very similar vendors at the region as you do as the city of St. Catharines. So, I mean, I think there's a tremendous opportunity there to learn more about each other's operations. And I think the other thing, if I may, is that the implementation or the pending implementation of PeopleSoft here at St. Catharines obviously provides us with an additional opportunity to share information within the same sort of, you know, ERP system, right?
Exactly. So I guess my next question through Mr. Mayor Cisco to Mr. Minaj. Do you have you approached all the other municipalities about this, or is it just us that we're doing this? I mumble, so. I'll
Oh, no,
talk louder.
that's okay. If I'm understanding your question correctly, Councillor, like, are we working with other municipalities on this? Is that the question?
Yeah.
No, at this point in time, my collaboration has been solely with the folks here in St. Catharines, but as Richie mentioned earlier, we do meet monthly with our cooperative group, and it has been mentioned many times. So my view of it is that it's inevitable that other municipalities are going to, want to pursue a similar process, and we would look for those opportunities to grow. Like, we're not restrictive in any way here. I think the more the merrier, and I think, regionally, I think it would be best for all of us if we all adopted it. But of course, that's just my opinion.
So I guess my next question through Mayor Cisco to Mr. Minaj is, wouldn't it make sense, though, to bring all those, if you're meeting regularly, monthly, bring everybody back to the table, and these are our recommendations, and this is how social procurement can look like, and this is how it's weighted, the metrics and all that? Wouldn't it make sense before you come here and bring this forward?
So I'm just going to jump in. I don't think Mr. Minaj is coming here and bringing this forward. I think council asked for this in 2022. Staff have been working on it, but they've been working collaboratively with the region. So Mr. Minaj is here to support that. I don't want anybody to think that this is the region coming down. I mean, Mr. Minaj is here because staff have been working with the region.
Then I'll direct it to staff then. To the capital planning supervisor, would it make sense to engage your fellow purchasing capital planning people to come back to council, like to have a group kind of presentation?
Through the chair, we can definitely add that to the agenda item for the next meeting that we have. But I will say to caution to say that obviously they report to their council, so they have their own objectives, they have their own priorities. It just so happened that both the region and the city of St. Catharines both are pursuing this initiative, so which is why the two of us have been working collaboratively. From my knowledge and discussing with the other members of that committee, I don't think that they've been formally directed by their respective councils to pursue this initiative yet. I do think that it's still very early stages for some of the other members of that purchasing committee.
Okay, perfect. My next question, Mr. Mayor, would be to the purchasing agent. I would imagine you have a certain number of top 10 vendors, most likely.
Yes.
And so my next question would be, out of those top 10, roughly how many do you think would fit into that diversity goal?
Quite frankly, I don't know.
Okay.
And may I just comment on that? Right now, we're working with a system that is quite a manual and it's a little bit antiquated. We are upgrading our system, but our information at this point about our vendors is not nearly as good as it should be.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to be voting no, and I would prefer if things came back a little more complete with more of an engagement of all the other municipalities, more information on our current vendors, and exactly how it would be implemented and how the matrix would be scored. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. I will say, I think that part of the reason for this coming forward today is to give staff the go-ahead to create that matrix and the scoring. Like, they're asking for the next step.
And I would like part of the next step to actually be engaging all the other municipalities before I make any decision. So.
All right. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question, but I share Councillor Townsend's concerns, but I agree with Councillor Miller in that we have the opportunity to see what the next phase should be. This seems to be really early in the planning stages, and I'm pretty sure our Director of Capital Planning will be able to take back all of the concerns he's heard here tonight and incorporate them in the next phase. And at that point, if it doesn't seem to be something that we should proceed with, we can vote for it then or vote it down then. But yeah, I'm going to support this just to get it to the next phase and see if we can proceed with it or not.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some background to share with everyone here, since I made the initial motion back in 2022, I guess, to look at this. At the time, I was looking after the interests of the city of St. Catharines, I believe, and my understanding was, first of all, that the region and the federal government and perhaps the province were looking at social procurement. And my assumption and understanding was that we were looking at, the reason I say I was looking after our city is that we were looking at ways of continuing to do proper procurement, but to the extent that we were looking at the best value and best proposal, if there were ways that that proposal could be used for the betterment of the goals of St. Catharines, whether they be social, economic, or at that time, recovery from COVID, that it's a win-win. It's the way I looked at it. I have some concerns with what I've seen here because at the beginning of the presentation, Mr. Chung showed us a chart where we talked about the best value and the lowest price, which has been our Bible always that we look at on behalf of our taxpayers. And he said, may not always be the lowest price. So I need clarification from staff, through you, Mr. Mayor, as to exactly what does that mean? Is it still going to be the best value and possibly not quite the best price, the lowest price, but hopefully not far from it, or, you know, what does that mean?
Yeah, through the chair, I guess in a perfect world, if there was two proponents that were completely equal in nature and one was social and one was not, then social procurement would pick the one that's social. To answer your question with regards to what the implications in terms of like, if that was not the case, it was not a perfect world, which we live in. That's why we're starting small, because we still need to understand the implications from a financial perspective. Having said that, with regards to value, if we kind of, what the social procurement policy is trying to, will do, would be kind of redefining what the value is for the city. So right now, we focus it from more of an economic value, so within the scope of the confines of that specific project. Whereas what social procurement is trying to do is to kind of expand the scope of what we define as value to seeing what are the values of that purchase in itself. So like if we're purchasing from someone like Shannon had described in her slide with regards to being an ethical actor, being committed to environmental goals, those are additional value statements that we would consider as part of that purchase. Depending on the situation, obviously they may not always be the lowest bidder in that situation. But with regards to how they would score from a highest value perspective, they could be from the have a higher value with regards to how they score, depending on how that criteria is set up.
Thank you. And would you, through you, Mr. Mayor, would you have a system to inform council if you do select some vendor, supplier who is providing good value but is not the lowest price?
Through the chair, for formal procurements in which we're not selecting the highest value or lowest bidder, a council report would come through for council's approval.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Mayor, my next question is, I have trouble understanding why you're recommending that we pay to join these organizations. I would think these organizations, the way they are listed, they would be very happy to have some of their members be considered for an RFP. Why do we have to pay to join them? I would think that they would be happy to help us, kind of thing.
Through the chair, the the membership certification program allows us to have that outreach into these different diverse suppliers, and are able to kind of learn from their experiences, as sometimes they may encounter barriers with regards to knowing about or learning about the city's procurement practices and policies. So it's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. So from what we get from these supplier certifications is the contacts, the ability to reach out to these vendors to provide training so that they are able to kind of bid on our projects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, would it be able, will we be able, when we vote on this, to separate the paying to join these organizations as a separate vote? Does that have to be an amendment, or?
I'm going to look to the clerk. I believe you'd have to add an amendment, which I'm assuming would be unfriendly. I'm just looking at Councillor McPherson to separate out the payment. That's unfriendly. So you'd have to make an amendment asking that that be removed. Or that, sorry, I'm looking at the clerk.
Through the chair, I would ask the staff that are closest to the subject to determine whether or not Clause 1, which is coordinating efforts with other municipalities and continuing to pursue this, can be done without those memberships. And if so, then I would say you can have two separate votes on the item. So I would ask staff for information on whether or not they can go to the next step without that financial consideration.
Mr. Chung, don't look around. The question's to you.
Through the chair, I don't believe that we can separate those motions.
Okay, so taking the payment out would mean that the first recommendation is not possible. So you could split the motion and vote against the first piece. I actually, now that I'm looking at it, I don't think it's possible to split this motion at all.
Based on what Mr. Chung just said,
so-
I would agree.
So you'd have to vote against it because the social procurement policy pilot program is dependent on membership in those organizations.
Okay, thank you for that. And one last question through you to Director Douglas, if she's still here. Are you concerned, or your procurement people at all concerned that the way we're going could affect your relationship with current vendors or cause problems with suppliers that feel they're being discriminated against in any way?
Ms. Douglas, I am going to ask you to come up to a mic.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't believe that this going forward with the social procurement would have an impact. I think it actually will enhance the city's procurement and open up opportunities to the city for additional vendors to be bidding on our contracts.
Okay, thank you for that, Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm torn, but I did initiate this, so I'm going to support it, but I certainly want to make sure that we monitor it closely to make sure that we are indeed not ending up with selecting vendors that are the lower value all the time, or a lower price, I should say. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else who hasn't spoken on this topic who wishes to speak at this time? Mr. Minaj, you've spoken a lot for someone who doesn't work for the municipality in any capacity.
Well, through the chair I have, but I'd be remiss if I didn't just say a few things based on my extensive education, knowledge, reading, investigation, consultation. I mean, you name it. I've spoken to many, as I know St. Catharines has as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't just share a few things with this council, if I may, if you'll just indulge me.
the concept of best value, as we all know, is low bid for a tender, highest scoring proponent for an RFP. And really introducing a social value component to any procurement, whether it be a tender or an RFP, it is really intended to introduce a community benefit to the community. So the process itself, from a procurement perspective, you'd still be awarding to the lowest compliant bidder, okay? But you'd be awarding to a lowest compliant bidder who is proposing something that provides a community benefit. So you're actually bringing, if you look at the traditional transaction of we're the purchaser buying something and the seller is the contractor producing something for us, that's a traditional relationship where we buy something, they provide us a service. When you introduce a social value component to that financial transaction, you're actually realizing a benefit on 3 parts, right? We as the municipality have the benefit of the service that's being provided. The supplier is being compensated for the service that they are providing. And the community is realizing a benefit based on the specific criteria identified in that procurement document that achieves a social value benefit. And that's really, it doesn't change the method of procurement. It doesn't change who the highest scoring proponent is. It doesn't change who the lowest value bid is, because the social value component is intertwined into that procurement as a requirement, much like any of the other requirements that are identified in that procurement. So I won't belabor it anymore. I felt I'd be remiss if I didn't share that with you, and I hope what I've said it makes sense, but that's the essence of adding a social value component to a traditionally publicly procured procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Minash. Members of council, Councillor Phillips. This is for clarity because you have already spoken.
Correct.
So,
in response to what was just presented, could you give me an example of a social value component as part of a contract that, say, a large contractor, say Ellis Don or somebody like that, who's going to build a big building for us?
Sure.
What would they promote?
So in a case like that, you're actually talking about, through the chair, like a community benefit agreement, like a CBA is the word. Typically, any of the municipal governments who have implemented social procurement programs start as St. Catharines and I have proposed, which is diverse supplier. What is the diversity of our supply base? And then from there, they've morphed into, living wage, community benefit, and the community benefit, the example you might be looking for would be, we issue an RFP for the construction of, a new council chambers, for argument's sake, and we want to introduce a social value component to that. So that might be support services that are supporting the general contractor. Maybe it might be catering. Maybe it could be apprenticeships that are being offered for underrepresented groups that could actually support the general contractor in fulfilling that mandate of building a new council chamber. And that's the community benefit that is realized when you introduce that community benefit into a procurement process, as opposed to today where maybe they're doing it, but they're not obligated to do it because it's not written into the tender document. So by including that component, you're actually motivating the market to respond to the concept of community benefit and how it could bring more value to the contract through the use of the employee of underrepresented groups. And that's an example, if I may. So.
And in doing that, do you see the cost of the contract increasing by having to add a social component to it?
Well, see, so through the chair, this is the conundrum, if you will, or the paradox, right? Is that the only way you would actually fulsomely understand whether there was a value add to a community benefit procurement relative to a non-community benefit procurement would be if you ran them both concurrently, which obviously we can't do. So you're never going to know the answer, but I think what you would feel comfortable in knowing is that you're evaluating that proposal based on the criteria that has a social value component to it, and you're awarding it to the highest scoring proponent at whatever their proposed price is, because as we all know, price in an RFP is only but a percentage of the evaluation criteria. You're also looking at it from other technical aspects and also from a social procurement aspect. Ultimately, I think what I would say is that it's an unknown, but the fact that you're realizing a community benefit that you might not otherwise have realized is, to me, so critical, and really what the impetus of social procurement is bringing those opportunities to your local vendors, to your underrepresented groups, and to the community at large. And that's the benefit that comes from social procurement. So
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Dodge, who is the only person who has not spoken thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a couple of quick questions, just for clarification, actually. So, you know, when we look at the procurement procedure as a whole, are we looking at, when we're doing this project, is that going to come into play in this as part of it? Or is this just strictly with the social part of it?
So through the chair. Once the social procurement policy is in place, depending on how we implement the criteria, it would be for all formal procurements that would be included in the criteria.
Okay, so maybe just for context, right now we go with the lowest bidder, and sometimes we know that the lowest bidder always isn't the best bidder, but because they're the lowest, they get the job. So is that going to come into this as something that we're looking at as a whole picture, or is it just social?
Sorry, through the chair, I didn't quite understand the question. My apologies.
Okay, my question is, when we're looking at this, you were saying that, okay, we take all of the criteria for the procurement and whatever they're bidding on, right? And right now, it's basically whoever gets the bid is the lowest bidder. But we know, not only at the city, but at the region, we sometimes give to the lowest bidder, and that's not the way that it comes out. So in this procedure, while we're doing this, are we looking at that as part of this criteria?
Through the chair, that is correct. So not through our reference checks, through validation of insurance, there's a variety of reasons in terms of why the lowest bidder may not be selected. So yes, that would still come into play. As you saw, the different pillars of procurement, there's contract management, risk management. Those are all factors that we still have to continue on with, along with social procurement, if that policy is approved.
Like if I could add to that, like I completely agree. Like essentially in a tender situation where you're looking at awarding to the lowest compliant bidder, you are introducing a social value component into the requirements of that tender, like to Richie's point, much like you would anything else, bonding, insurance, references, et cetera. So these would all be requirements that the bidder would need to consider and contemplate in their bid submissions. So you're not actually awarding to anyone other than the lowest bidder. You're awarding to the lowest bidder of a procurement with a social value consideration included in it. So the low bid is still the low bid. They're just obligated to adhere to the requirements of the tender and produce that social value component that you've identified. So I don't know if that makes sense. The same would hold true in an RFP. Like in an RFP, if you were doing a proposal, the social value component would carry a evaluation criteria weighting, which would then be evaluated by the evaluators objectively to determine who the highest scoring proponent is, you know? So I think your procurement methodology would not be different with a social value component included in it, if that's my short answer, even though I didn't give you really a short answer, sorry. Just saying.
Okay, sorry, I don't think that I've asked the question because it's not the answer that I'm looking for, but if I could move on to my second question. The presenter earlier had said that one of her examples was that if someone wasn't able to communicate, and that this would be part of the process that you would help with Do you help other people that are bidding on RFPs or tenders or whatever? Would they have the same help through this program?
I'm going to look to the deputy CAO because she's madly waving her hand over there to try and get people's attention. So, actually, no, I'm going to pause. Motion to extend for an hour. Councillor Harris, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Yeah, I think just to clarify through the mayor, I don't see this as being, we have a RFP out and now we're going to give people special preferential treatment. I think it's understanding, you know, who isn't participating in our processes right now and why aren't we? If you let me just speak as someone who has responded to municipal RFPs and issued municipal RFPs, if you haven't done it for a long time, it's really tough to wrap your head around. So extending the pool of suppliers really creates a more competitive environment for the city. There might be a whole host of reasons people aren't participating. There are municipalities, even for local suppliers, you can't give preferential treatment to local, but you can provide fairs and procurement fairs so that they can familiarize themselves with the process. So it's just these variety of things. It's not to outreach and give people an edge during a specific procurement because that would be unfair. It would just be understanding from a broader cross-section. We know a lot of our procurements are going up. A lot of our master plans are going up. The more qualified bidders we have participating, the more competitive that process becomes. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody has spoken, so I'm going to speak very briefly, and then we're going to call the roll. I did want to address the idea of best value and lowest price. Best value doesn't equal lowest price. We know that. It's why we pre-qualify bidders for projects, because we know that best value doesn't equal lowest price. And there are a myriad of examples where our level of government, our upper tier, has gone with the lowest price, and it's been a disaster. And Councillor Miller identified the Burgoyne Bridge as one, but I can be much more local and specific. The bathroom at Sunset Beach. Went with the lowest price. How did that work out for us? We pre-qualify all the time. We are adding, if we go down this path, we are adding additional criteria that will be a part of the procurement process. And for clarity, many members of this council have already started down this path in that we endorsed taking the steps to become a certified living wage employer and go through the living wage process. And part of that, for those who remember, was at some point engaging in the process so that our contractors, so the people who we hire to do work on behalf of the city, have to be living wage employers as well. We're not there yet, but that's a part of the process that council endorsed, and I think pretty wholeheartedly. I understand the concerns. I will say I've heard a lot of concerns from some councillors. I understand the concerns. I think we need to continue with this process because we need to see what the criteria looks like. At the end of the day, voting yes here doesn't mean that we will have anything implemented tomorrow. This will give our staff the ability to continue to work with Niagara Region to identify what criteria make sense, what are the best practices, what are other municipalities doing, what are other corporations doing, and then we can have all of the information that some councillors have asked for to make a fulsome decision. So I will be voting yes for this because I want to see what that criteria looks like, and I think as a part of the due diligence that we should always be doing when it comes to the procurement process, this is a part of that due diligence that we have to do. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we are moving now to item 10.1, private paid visitor parking. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Kushner. Seconding the motion, Councillor Harris. I'm sorry, Councillor Kushner, did you have a seconder?
Yeah, Councillor Dawn Dodge asked because she was active in
Okay.
the North End.
Councillor Dodge, nobody had indicated to me, Councillor Dodge. I just looked up and picked the first hand I saw. And Councillor Harris was madly waving from the side.
Could we have Harris move it and Dodge second it? Okay.
I'm sorry that the A team couldn't be on the motion together tonight. Councillor Kushner, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Kushner, do you want to speak to the motion first?
Yeah, if I can, it's very simple, Mr. Mayor. In South St. Catharines on Towering Heights, we've had 2 high-rise buildings, and the people that moved in were very, very pleased with them, but they were shocked when the landlord implemented paid parking for visitors, and the response they got, it created a lot of anxiety because the personal support workers, who are not well paid, argued that they couldn't afford to provide the service and they would not be coming. And then family and friends also were hesitant to come because of the fees. And this is something that's being implemented throughout the province. And it might make sense in Toronto, where you have the high rises in non-residential areas, but in cities like St. Catharines, I found it very offensive for the landlord to introduce paid parking for visitors. And the residents, they had a meeting, and they invited us to the meeting. Councillor Harris was not available, but when I went to the meeting, I thought there'd be 20, 30 people, and the top floor was packed. There are hundreds of people there, and they're very angry, but they're very respectful. And to date, they've been successful in getting the landlord to reverse that position. But that doesn't mean for new buildings that you'll get a landlord that's responsive like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. And I will, for those councillors who don't remember, this was an issue. It was raised last term of council. A report came back saying that we couldn't make any changes. So I applaud Councillor Kushner for taking the step to request of the province that they change the legislation so that we're able to do that. Are there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Dodge, yeah, if you just... Okay, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, just quickly, Chair, through you. Is it, like, when you go to any condos like around GTA area where they have paid parking, don't the buildings have the authority there, the ability to issue visitor parking passes, even if there is paid parking on site? Because I know like that's very common practice within the GTA. Is that not something we can, from a city perspective, kind of encourage this new developments to include?
Mr. Oakes or Ms. Kate? I don't know who.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We can certainly make a request. I don't think we could put it into any sort of development type of requirements, but the encouragement is something that, you know, the city could do.
Ms. Kate?
Thank you. Through the city's zoning bylaw, we can require parking ratios per unit, which we do. We cannot, through zoning or a site plan agreement, force how a property owner then administers that parking. Right now, it's entirely at the owner's discretion on whether or not they wish to issue parking passes or charge for parking.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm happy that Councillor Kushner's putting this forward. I'm hearing a lot of it, even in the North End, a lot of apartment buildings are doing this. And I think we have to go this route to the province, because I think we've heard from staff, or I've heard from somebody, that Toronto tried to do this with some condo owners and took them to court, and the city of Toronto actually lost, I believe, was factual, I heard somewhere. So for us as a city, we really can't do anything, so we have to go this next step, and so that's, I'll be in support of that.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Then I will look to Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very pleased to work with Councillor Kushner on this. We were the first, I think, that had it, was in the North End, and our situation was a little bit different, where we have buildings where seniors are living, and they're relying very highly on, people coming in to help care for them, whether it be professional or family. And some of these people that are caring for these people are at the end of life, and all of a sudden they're being hit with, okay, yeah, you can come, but it's going to cost you $100 a week to help care for that person who, might not have the means to pay for someone, or it's just the fact that it's their family. So, and then when we're looking at, when we do some new developments where our parking, we don't have as much parking, so perhaps someone coming into a building might not purchase it because they don't have a car, but when they come into a situation where, they need help and whatnot, but they don't have a place, and then whomever's coming to help them can't afford to pay for it. So I think that, there's lots of moving parts with this, and I think that we, need to press forward with this. And as you've heard, it's in Toronto, it's all over the province, and it's a real issue. And I mean, I can understand the other side of the coin, where some of the people that own the buildings are trying to make ends meet and, maybe keep their rent lower, whatever the case may be. So I can see both sides of it, but I really feel that the residents living in some of these buildings where they put them in the North End, when we first started talking about it, before anything was, like the ink was dry in the paper, they had pay for parking in the parking lot. So, it was like I said, some people had $100 a week added to their visitation of family members or working people going in. So yes, they can do the parking pass if they see fit, but there's nothing to force anybody to do anything. So I think it's an important issue, and I think that we need to keep pushing forward with it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, item 10.2, reimbursement of building permit fees for addition to library at the Mayholme Foundation. Before we discuss the motion, council will hear a delegation from Tim Seaburn. Mr. Seaburn, the mic is yours. I was going to say, and I will just applaud you, sir, for your commitment. And I apologize that everything tonight had speakers and yours fell to the final slot.
I would have this room full of supporters, but it's all past their bedtime, so.
Makes sense, makes sense.
And while I put my glasses on, it's been very interesting listening to everything happening here tonight. Democracy's a lot of hard work, but it's important. Your worship, councilors and staff, my name is Tim Seaburn. I'm here as a volunteer board member with the Mayholme Foundation to represent its request to have partial or, if possible, complete relief from the city's building permit fees related to an expansion now being undertaken. Mayholme is an important local genealogical and history research center located on 4 well-maintained acres at 525 Ontario Street in St. Catharines. I don't know if any of you knew Esther Summers, formerly Niagara's foremost genealogist from Thorold, but the need to preserve Esther's impressive collection of documents and heritage items related to early St. Catharines and Niagara families, and the desire to preserve the historic 1859 May family homestead formed the basis for the creation of the Mayholme Foundation in 2002. Mayholme is a CRA registered charity funded through private donations and grants. It receives no government funding. Since its creation, Mayholme has amassed a very significant library of historical books and items related to Niagara's families and our history. It has now become one of the largest repositories of this type in the Niagara Peninsula, along with Brock University. There is a growing interest in genealogy in Niagara, part of a trend that is occurring generally across North America. In the current year alone, more than 16,000 books and items have been donated by supporters to ensure their preservation and to make them available to the public. Mayholme is open to the public at no cost with plenty of free parking, and we'd like to keep it that way from what I've heard. While some of our visitors are serious researchers, most are ordinary people who are curious about their roots, whether living locally, elsewhere in Ontario, the United States, or even from overseas. People interested in investigating their St. Catharines and Niagara roots, or possibly even holding a personal item relating to one of their early family members, find their way to Mayholme. Here, expert volunteers, researchers provide help to visitors wishing to trace their Niagara family lineage, or simply looking for help with St. Catharines and Niagara history. At Mayholme, visitors often find photographs of their ancestors, family stories written by their great-grandparents, pages from family Bibles, even family histories written by relatives more than 100 years ago. This is an old city. Many of these items can mean a great deal to those descendants who discover them. However, in order to accommodate its growing collection and to facilitate satisfactory access to the public, Mayholme has made the decision to construct a 2,000 square foot addition to its current facility. This addition will not be attached directly to the Heritage House and has been given the approval of the Heritage Committee. The addition will be a single-story, tastefully designed with a full basement. The addition will house library shelving, files, and workstations. In summary, Mayholme is a not-for-profit, charitable organization of growing importance to the residents of St. Catharines and Niagara, and we are requesting the applicable building fee be reduced or entirely eliminated. Thank you for your kind consideration of this request, and thank you for your service to the residents of St. Catharines. While I expect you all may be too busy at present from what I've seen tonight to properly research your family history, I hope someday you will have the time to stop by and visit Mayholme, and I hope we are able to dig up something good for you regarding one of your ancestors, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Seaborn. I have Councillor Garcia.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Seaborn, for your patience. And I just want to thank you for the presentation, because I think that Councillor Williamson and I are very familiar with Mayholme, and we both know Corleen Taylor, and I'm going to ask you in a minute to share with Council who Corleen Taylor is. But I don't think most of Council is probably aware of the services that Mayholme offers, and probably the public at large. As you say, genealogy is so important to people these days. So, both Councillor Williamson and I know Corleen Taylor, and I believe this is her fifth generation of the family.
Yes, and you know Corleen, she's an amazing woman. I believe she's about 95 or 90.
Something like that, yeah.
Still full of energy, has dedicated a large percentage of her income and so forth to getting this foundation started and going. And she's late in life now, and we'd like to keep this as a free service to the people of St. Catharines.
Which is great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Seaborn, for your patience as well and for your presentation. Can I have a motion to receive the delegation? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Garcia, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have a motion from Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Williamson. That's what I thought. Councillor Garcia, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I will just speak first, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's much that needs to be said, but as I said, it's good that Mr. Seaborn explained what Mayholme is. But I just have one point I want to make, and that is I checked with Director Kite, and since we've been talking about development charges so much, just so you're aware, Mayholme, because of the timing of their application, has actually paid, I believe the number is around $57,000 in development charges already, and there's just the $7,000, between $7,000 and $8,000 building permit fees that they're asking that we forgive. So I certainly hope that Council will agree to that, particularly for a charitable organization that provides this free service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers to the motion? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Report requests, we do have one, Counselor Lindell. And it will be up on the screen momentarily. There it is. Counselor Lindell, if you just want to speak to this briefly.
Yes, I do. One of the things that I hear most often is the lack of concentration and the speed around elementary schools. I teach in Hamilton, and every elementary school has a speed table around it, which significantly reduces the speed from traffic going around the elementary schools. And I think our children are one of our most important resources, and they should feel safe going to and from school. So I'm asking for, I've also worked with Director Martucci and Traffic Manager Appleby on this report request. So I'm hoping that you will all support that.
Thank you, Counselor Lindell. Do we have a seconder for this? Counselor Ratzlaff. Are there any other report requests? Seeing none, then all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Committee and task force minutes. The council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. Mover and a seconder, Miller and Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Closed session. I will look to the clerk to read the reason.
If I can switch pages. So the reason to go into closed session is legal and clerk services, update on 2360 First Street Louth zoning bylaw amendment application. It's closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and 239(2)F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
All right, so motion to go into closed session for the reasons as noted. Counselor Harris, Counselor Dodge, all those in favor, opposed, away we go. Arising from closed session, legal and clerk services, legal services, update on 2360 First Street Louth zoning bylaw amendment application that staff proceed as directed during the closed session. I had Councillor, who did I say? Councillor Stevens and Councillor Townsend. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend. Yes. Councillor Williamson. Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Councillor Miller.
Yeah.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
It's a yes from Councillor Harris. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Mayor Cisco.
Indeed.
And that's carried.
All right, bylaws. That the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to F be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Mover is Councillor Lindell. Seconder is Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And adjournment. Who wants to move it? Councillor McPherson seconded. Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night.